Verse 2 of the novel The Shattered Song. Written by Kai Hansen. Verse 2. Overture. Hymn of the broken rhythm. We were born to sing together, but stand apart in fear. We were taught to trust the pattern, but the pattern fails us now. Where discord rises, so too must we rise. Where fracture spreads, so too must we heal. For only in the clash of notes can the actual song be known. Badinare. The dome of a chord never felt smaller. Its vast ceiling, traced in glass and copper filigree, might have been the sky once, but today it pressed down on Solen like a closing hand. He stood alone at the dais, the hum of the lattice singing faintly through the polished floor. Around him, the council's semicircle of stone thrones seemed to loom like judges carved from judgment itself. Cadrin was there, seated near the central tribunal chair, robes pristine, voice coiled in readiness. "Knight Captain Solen Vire," he announced, his tone a perfect chord of formality and thinly veiled triumph. "You stand before us for willful breach of the choir's ancient law. You intervened in a sacred trial without sanction." Solen did not bow. His posture was as rigid as a soldier's, but his voice was measured. "I stand, as commanded." A faint rustle passed among the robed councillors. Even Huldrin, positioned off to the side with the other preceptors, looked uneasy. His eyes were lined with the weight of too many failed debates. Cadrin went on. "You would defend your actions?" "Yes." Solen kept his voice calm, letting the faint harmonic undertone ground him. The girl was facing a trial she could not have understood. The third chamber was meant for unison, not blood. I saw that. I acted. Another councillor, old and stooped, leaned forward. "And what makes you think your vision of harmony is truer than centuries of tradition?" Solen drew a breath. "Because tradition forgot its song." Silence. A heavy pause, like a held note waiting to break. Huldrin stepped forward, voice careful, conciliatory. "Brothers, sisters, let us not forget the outcome. The child, Loira Kyle, passed, and she passed in a manner no records ever dreamed of. Surely that speaks to something greater at work." Cadrin's jaw tightened. "We do not answer to improvisation, preceptor. We answer to order." He turned back to Solen, hands folding over the judgment scroll. "Knight Captain Vire, you are stripped of rotational command over auxiliary squads. You will retain leadership of the 13th Voice only, under full observation." A slight murmur rose among the watching officers. It was a punishment, humiliating, but short of complete dismissal. Solen accepted it with the same calm he'd always carried. "Understood." Cadrin wasn't finished. "You will also submit all after-action reports personally to the choir tribunal until further notice. We will watch you, Captain." He let that sink in. The echo of the pronouncement lingered, mocking. Solen felt the pull of disappointment, but also a quiet relief. They had not taken the 13th from him. That, at least, was a grace. Cadrin dismissed him with a faint wave of the hand. "May the choir guard your steps, rhythm breaker." It was almost an insult. Solen bowed, more a soldier's stiff nod than a servant's genuflection, and turned to leave. As he passed through the tall bronze doors, he saw Jerayan watching from the gallery above, face half-shadowed, unreadable. He had no time to wonder about that. The council had chosen its measure. Now he would have to live inside it. The barracks felt different now, charged with a hush that was almost reverent, but edged with suspicion. Word had already spread beyond the tribunal, faster than Solen could have ever hoped to contain it. Loira stood in the central hall, tiny against the pillars of iron-banded stone, her grey eyes darting from face to face. A circle of knights, their insignia flaring subtly with harmonic patterns, had gathered to bear witness. It was a provisional oath, but it was binding. Solen stood just behind her, hands folded tight at the small of his back, fighting the worry that churned through his chest like a broken cord. Berun, towering and solid, offered her a reassuring nod. "Breathe, girl," he said in that thunderous voice of his, as if the world might obey if he willed it. Loira didn't breathe, exactly. But she nodded. Mira gave a quick grin, her fingers dancing over the hilt of a twin dagger. "Don't let these old men scare you." At the dais, an echo priestess lifted a small band of dull steel, the aspirant's chord band, etched with simple runes. She sang a single perfect note, releasing it into the still air. The note wrapped around Loira like a ribbon of smoke, harmless yet commanding. "Loira Kyle," the priestess intoned, "by grace of the choir and the tribunal, you are named aspirant. You will train, you will serve, and you will stand for harmony until you are measured worthy or cast away." Loira stepped forward, accepting the chord band, slipping it over her wrist. The band hummed once, adjusting to her resonance, a subtle recognition of her place among them. She looked back, eyes searching for Solen. He met her gaze, steady as a drumbeat. "You belong here," he said quietly, so only she could hear. Loira managed a small smile, relief flashing through her, bright and fragile. Around them, other aspirants whispered, some with awe, others with thinly veiled scorn. A girl who could not speak, yet had survived the first note alone. The stories were already mutating. Berun put a hand on her shoulder, gentle despite its size. "Welcome to the 13th, Crumb," he rumbled. She flinched at the nickname, but then nodded, holding the moment close. Beyond the pillars, the world still turned heavy with waiting. But for Loira, this was the first step. The practice yard outside the barracks rang with the sound of training blades clashing, resonance fields humming, and barked commands echoing against the cracked walls. Solen stood with arms crossed, observing as the 13th Voice ran their drills. There was a measure of comfort in the ritual, in seeing the same familiar movements sink into harmony after weeks of chaos. Jerayan moved through the patterns with flawless precision, but his eyes never left the horizon. When Solen called the cadence, Jerayan answered with an empty nod, each strike of his maul landing with thunderous finality, as if he were trying to pound the world into something simpler. Loira watched from a distance, clutching her still new chord band, her pale grey eyes tracking every motion. Berun, ever the protector, stayed nearby, offering her gentle guidance when he could. "Keep your stance wide," he told her, demonstrating with his tower shield. "Balance, always balance." Tarn joked as he spun his greatsword overhead, nearly clipping Berun's elbow. "Balance is overrated if you're big enough." He laughed, trying to break Loira's worried focus. She giggled a slight, silent hiccup of soundless joy. Mira flicked a dagger in one smooth arc, letting it ring against a practice dummy's resonance plate. "Careful, Crumb," she called, a mischievous smirk tugging at her mouth. "We only have one of you." Iri, with her tangled red hair, knelt near the courtyard's edge, showing Loira how to string a harmonic bow. "Breathe through the rhythm," she whispered, voice barely above the breeze. Thren, the owl totem, rested on Iri's wrist, blinking curiously at Loira. Kevan stood at the outer ring, staff planted firmly in the dust, scanning the group with the clinical precision of a tactician. "Rotate formations," he called out. "Loira, follow me." She stepped forward, uncertain, but the moment she fell in beside him, her calming presence reached across the group like a subtle note, steadying even Jerayan for a heartbeat. They moved together, like a living chord, a little off-key, a little raw, but somehow stronger because of it. After the drills, they collapsed around a rough table, sharing stale bread and weak tea. No one complained. Routine was its comfort. Jeren stood apart, still silent, hands flexing around the haft of his maul. Solen caught the glint of bitterness in his sergeant's eyes, a crack that had not yet healed. Loira, tired but determined, sat close to Solen, watching the others with hopeful wonder. For the first time since she had fled her village, she looked like she might truly belong. The lanterns in the barracks courtyard had burned down to stub wicks when Solen saw Huldrin's silhouette cross the archway. The preceptor looked older than he had a month ago, shoulders bent under invisible burdens. "Solen," Huldrin said, voice low, beckoning him to step aside. They walked together to the edge of the courtyard, past the sleeping squads and the rows of dull resonance training targets, into a corner where the wind hummed, just loud enough to keep their conversation private. "You know why I'm here," Huldrin began, though the exhaustion in his tone betrayed him. Solen inclined his head. "I broke their rules. I accept that." Huldrin sighed, rubbing at the bridge of his nose. "You did what they could not. That frightens them more than any breach." "Their fear should not matter," Solen answered, quieter still. "Harmony matters." Huldrin's eyes softened with a flicker of respect. "Still, the tribunal will continue to test you. Watch you. Test Loira as well." Solen's jaw tightened. She is only a child. "And yet," Huldrin said gently, "she carries something none of them can name. And nothing terrifies men more than the unknown." A distant clang from the training yard rang out, signaling the beginning of a night drill. Solen turned to look at the shapes of his squad in the torchlight, laughing, cursing, finding rhythm again. Huldrin watched with him. "The council has agreed to let her remain with you, but it is conditional. Any slip, any sign she cannot be controlled, and they will take her. You understand?" "I do." Huldrin nodded. "Your next mission will come soon. A routine sweep in the south quarter. Keep it quiet. Keep her out of sight if you can." "Orders. Advice," Huldrin corrected. Then, after a pause, "The lattice is showing new stresses, unstable frequencies in the southern tier. If you see something, record it. Report it." "I always do." Huldrin allowed himself a faint, almost fatherly smile. "I know you do. That's why they hate you, Solen." They stood in silence for a moment, the quiet thick and complicated. Huldrin stepped away first. "May your rhythm hold," he said softly, the ancient farewell of the order. Solen returned it with solemn respect. "And yours." He watched the preceptor leave, then turned back to the barracks, where Loira was asleep on a bedroll near the squad's fire. The flames danced across her still, peaceful face. He wondered how long he could protect her, and what protecting her might cost. Loira woke before dawn, wrapped in a threadbare blanket, the air of the barracks chill against her skin. The faint hum of the lattice overhead barely touched this place, leaving the quiet sharp and honest. She stretched, stiff from uneasy dreams, and glanced around the training hall where the 13th had gathered in makeshift quarters. Solen was already up, speaking softly with Kevon near the far archway, going over deployment patterns for the day. When his eyes found Loira, he gave the slightest nod, reassurance that she was not forgotten, even if the world still seemed eager to ignore her. Nearby, Mira and Tarn bickered over who had packed the wrong resonance rations. Tarn's booming laugh shook the table, drawing a shy smile from Loira. Berun approached her with a steaming tin cup. "Morning," he said, voice as deep and calm as a canyon. "Drink this. The day's a long one." Loira nodded, taking the cup with both hands. The tea was bitter, but warm. Huldrin had given them orders for a sweep into the southern quarter, a place where the lattice relays were failing, where rumor said cultists had begun to gather. It was meant to be routine. Nothing in the Crucible ever was. As the squad fell in to check their equipment, Loira stepped closer to Eerie, watching as the younger seeker laced her bow's harmonic lines. Eerie glanced up, noticing. "Want to try?" Loira hesitated, then nodded, gesturing clumsily. Her hands formed a sign, a rough version of yes, drawn from the battle language the squad used on the mission. Irie's eyes widened in surprise, then brightened with pride. "Good," Irie encouraged. "You're learning fast." Solen watched this quietly, his mind working behind still eyes. There was a rightness to seeing Loira among them, even if no official place had yet been carved for her. A resonance they did not know they'd been missing. He stepped forward, addressing the squad. "We move as one today. Keep formation tight. There have been flux surges reported in the quarter. If anything feels off, you sound it." Jeren, who had been silent near the rear, only grunted. His eyes stayed hard, distant, but he gave no challenge. Loira, drawn by Solen's voice, stepped closer. She signed something again, slowly and uncertainly. "I'm going too?" Solen read it, hesitated, then nodded. "You're with us now," he answered. "But stay close." Her smile was small, but it shone like a new note in a broken song. The southern quarter lay below them like a wound in the city's flank, its arches half collapsed, lattice conduits sparking through the broken masonry. Once it had been a place of quiet trades, candle makers, bookbinders, the soft trade of resonance wares. Now, echoes of abandonment rattled through the streets like ghosts still trying to hum a tune. The 13th Voice advanced through a narrow arcade, boots crunching on dust that had once been glass. Resonant stabilizers buzzed and spat like insects. The squad moved in carefully, Beren and Tarn forward, Mira and Irie weaving the flanks, Tevon at Solen's side. Loira followed near the rear, her eyes wide, drinking in everything. The failing lattice made the quarter feel raw, like skin that had been peeled too thin. Beren checked a half-collapsed doorway, voice low. "These walls are too quiet," he murmured. "Everything's too quiet." Mira agreed, daggers drawn. Loira stepped near a shattered sculpture of a robed figure, some forgotten saint of resonance, hands raised to the sky. She paused, studying the etchings of a once bright chord name, now scoured clean. Her fingertips hovered over the old glyphs, and a ripple of calm spread out like breath over water. Irie caught it first. Did you feel that?" Mira turned, brows knitted. "What?" Irie gestured. She's making it easier to stand here." Seven looked back at Loira, a surprise plain even behind his half-spectacles. "Like she's filtering the static," he realized. Solen took that in with quiet gravity. Power chords, he thought. Not a force on her own, but something that let them harmonize beyond themselves. They advanced deeper. Market stalls lay overturned, broken resonance wares scattered like bone shards. Faded prayer sheets clung to rusted supports, flapping weakly in the wind. At a junction, Solen raised a fist, halting the squad. He knelt, studying a smear of dark residue across the tiles. "Cult marks," he said, voice tight. "Old dissonant sigils." Jeren stepped forward, scowling. Not even trying to hide it, are they? Loira's eyes tracked the sigil, then darted up, reading the patterns around them. Her shoulders stiffened, and a faint shiver ran down her limbs. She signed to Solen. It was wrong, much worse here. Solen nodded. "Stay sharp!" A sudden high whine from a nearby lattice pylon made them all flinch. Sparks burst across an entire street, dying in a rain of half-burned petals from a prayer offering that had been left there. It felt like the world was trying to remember a hymn and struggling to recall it. Loira squeezed her hands together, breathing steadily. Even if no one else saw it, she felt it. The darkness here was hungry. The squad set up a forward post at a derelict shrine half swallowed by collapsed arches. This was once a place of quiet blessing, its harmonic pillars meant to soothe travelers with faint resonant chords. Now those pillars were dark, chipped, and pitted with age, their voices stolen by neglect. Solen posted Mira and Iri on the perimeter while Tarn and Berun inspected the lattice relay fused into the shrine's foundation. The device sparked feebly, its conduits choked with silt and vine. "Can't even hum," Berun muttered, tapping it with a gauntleted knuckle. Loira stood near one of the cracked prayer walls, eyes scanning the etchings of old blessings. She traced a glyph with tentative fingers, as if hoping it might answer. Kevin worked to set up a field relay for tone script transmission. "We'll have to send a physical runner back to the Accord." He grumbled. "The harmonics here are dead." Solen watched Loira, noting how even the dim resonance around her seemed to lean towards her calm, a faint shimmer built at the tips of her fingers, like a chord waiting to be played. He stepped closer. "Can you feel anything from this place?" Loira paused, then nodded. She signed carefully, slowly. "What does it remember?" Her hand stilled, unable to find the answer. She shook her head, frustrated. "Don't push." Solen soothed. "We'll find out." A faint rumble from deeper inside the shrine cut through their moment. Jerayan emerged from a collapsed hallway, eyes sharp. "There are more cult markings here. Fresh." Solen nodded. "They're using these relay ruins to hide their gatherings. We'll clear it before dusk." Tarn stepped back from the lattice relay, his massive frame drawing Loira's eye. He shrugged. "Dead as a broken drum. No help from this one." Loira stepped forward, almost shy, and placed her palm against the relay. A soft wave pulsed outward, not enough to restore it, but enough to push away a stagnant, foul resonance clinging to its circuits. Berun's jaw dropped slightly. "She's cleaning it," he whispered. Solen couldn't help but marvel. She wasn't commanding the relic to awaken. She was making it ready to be harmonized again. For a moment, the failing relay thrummed, a faint echo of its original tune sparking through the shrine. Loira smiled, proud. "Keep watch," Solen ordered gently. "We'll rest here until dusk, then sweep the deeper halls." Loira stepped back into the squad's circle, her confidence growing. The others watched her with a strange, new respect, as if seeing something vital in her presence that they had missed before. Night settled hard over the southern quarter, heavy with a heat that felt almost unnatural. The old shrine's arches seemed to hold the dark too closely, refusing to let it pass. The 13th Voice gathered near their makeshift perimeter. Iri's owl totem, Thren, had been released to scout in quiet circles overhead. Tarn rested his massive arms on a broken column, humming low to calm his nerves. Mira paced restlessly. "This place is wrong," she muttered. "It tastes like spoiled notes." Xavan nodded, glancing at the relay that still barely pulsed from Loira's earlier touch. "It feels half dead," he agreed. A faint flicker at the far edge of the plaza caught their eyes. Shadows moving, not with random sway, but with purpose. A pattern, a choreography of intent. Jerayan stiffened. "Movement." Berun stepped forward, shield half raised. "How many?" Iri squinted. 4. No, 6. Solen drew in a long breath, centering himself. "Cult?" Kevin adjusted his stave, tension coiling through his stance. "Likely. They're circling, testing our boundaries." Loira stood close to Solen, eyes wide. Fear hummed in the air like a sour note, threatening to build into something worse. "Hold," Solen said, steady and quiet. The figures emerged, wearing the tattered remains of ritual robes. Broken glyphs burned onto their skin, their voices a harsh, scraping chorus of false resonance. The shardbound were with them, at least two, their eyes bright with corrupted power, weaving unstable cords around their hands. Loira stepped closer, her breathing controlled, her presence pushing outward in a field of calm. The squad felt it instantly, a subtle harmonizing that made their cords steadier and more confident. The Hollowborn were not yet with the cultists, but something behind them shimmered, a breach ready to open. "Pattern 4," Solen commanded sharply. The squad moved a practiced cadence of angles and harmonic strikes. Beron anchored the line, Tarn a fortress of brute resonance beside him. Mira and Eerie danced around them, disrupting and confounding. Seven's staff sang with a protective tone, weaving shields. And Loira stood at their center, the silent tuner, drawing their voices together until their formation was not 6 fighters, but one single, overwhelming chord. The cultists recoiled at first, then pushed forward, shrieking in warped resonance. The shardbound lashed out with shattered cords, breaking prayer stones and sending shards flying. Loira closed her eyes, extending a subtle pulse outward, not to shield, but to guide. Tarn's strikes became impossibly precise. Mira's infiltration pattern snapped sharper. Even Irie's predictions quickened, as if their minds found the same breath. One of the shardbound lunged, hands twisted in a killing chord. Beron met it with a resonant shield crash that shook the floor, the rebound sent precisely back by Loira's subtle push. The chord of the 13th roared, unstoppable. And then, as if insulted by harmony itself, the breach behind the cultists tore wide. A Hollowborn, misshapen and echo-hungry, began to pull itself through. Loira stepped forward. For the first time, she reached for something more profound. Not to shield, not to silence, but to answer. Her gift didn't conjure a note from within her own throat. It called the world to sing with her. The cracked prayer stones around them thrummed softly. The battered metal of the shrine's lattice trembled in response. A faded prayer bell, hanging from a half-shattered arch, began to sway, catching the faintest breeze. These things, once broken and voiceless, lent their echoes to her. Loira guided them. A stabilizing cord rose from everything the breach had threatened to corrupt, woven through dust and ruin, refracted through 100 tiny memories. And in that instant, the 13th voice struck, cutting the monster down before its horror could take root. The quiet that followed was richer than silence. The Hollowborn froze, caught between worlds, its form half poured from the breach like a malformed prayer. It twitched, blind to the light, its skin of discordant echo writhing in an attempt to stabilize. Loira's summoned harmony still thrummed from the shrine's bones, refusing to let the creature finish its awful birth. Solen saw the chance and gave no hesitation. "Strike!" The 13th exploded forward, the practiced ring collapsing into lethal precision. Tarn hit first, his massive resonance greatsword slamming into the Hollowborn's torso. Instead of a scream, the beast stole the nearby wind, warping it into a ragged blast that buckled Tarn's stance. But Loira's stabilizing field snapped across him, anchoring his feet. Mira was a blur behind him, twin daggers flaring with cutting pulses, slicing deep along the creature's rotted seams. Each strike released a warped note, but Loira absorbed the worst of the dissonance, keeping the squad's rhythm intact. Beron advanced behind them, tower shield raised, intercepting a burst of corrupted resonance meant for Eerie. The impact rang like a cracked bell, but he stood firm. soaking the blow and countering with a harmonic shove that rippled through the Hollowborn's gut. Eerie fired harmonic arrows that pinned twisted limbs in place, her voice singing sharp and clear, faster and more accurately with Loira's presence to tune her. Savan pivoted through the squad, barriers flaring as pulses of corrupted rhythm tried to knock them off balance. His stave glowed bright, harmonic rings spinning faster than any human should manage, guided by Loira's calming field. The Hollowborn buckled, its limbs shattering one by one as their coordinated strikes hit harder than any had ever trained to deliver. Then Jerayan roared forward, his resonance maul blooming with a violent fracture chord. He leapt, driving it down through the creature's chest, the impact of a final punctuation that cracked its echo apart like rotted wood. The Hollowborn fell to dust, a silent collapse almost peaceful, as if the world itself sighed in relief. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then Solen lowered his blade, breathing hard. "Form?" he called. "Sound," Berun answered. "Sound," echoed Mira, Irie, Tarn, and the rest. Loira looked from face to face, a slow, soft smile spreading. Her presence hummed, weaving through them like a gentle chord still ringing after the final note. "18. The southern gate of the crucible yawned wide, framed by banners as faded as the memory of peace. Solen led the 13th through, boots scuffing worn stone, eyes wary. The city beyond barely paused. Markets still bartered, beggars still called out, and bells still rang their rough warnings. But ripples of rumor traveled faster than any stride beast. Heads turned, eyes widened, murmurs followed them like a second wind. "A child with them. Did you see her badge? No voice, they say voice at all." Loira kept close to Solen, her cloak pulled tight, watching the endless swirl of humanity with a strange, brave calm. Tarn walked at her flank, a wall of muscle and easy grins that dared anyone to step too close. Mira circled them restlessly, knives never far from her grasp. They passed a shrine to the hollow god, where a priest offered blessings to a line of citizens. He paused mid-prayer as Loira went by, a flicker of uncertain fear crossing his face. Solen felt it, heavy as a funeral cord. They don't know whether to worship her or burn her, he thought grimly. Seven kept scanning the street, noting the subtle shifts of guards as they repositioned, a squad of echo wardens watching from an upper terrace. Nothing direct yet. When they reached the barracks gates, a runner approached, panting and carrying a scroll bound in the council seal. "Knight Captain Vire," the boy blurted, bowing low. "The council summons you. Immediately." Solen took the scroll without reading it. He didn't have to. Jerayan grunted. "Figures, they smell panic on the wind." Berun adjusted his shield with a sigh. "They'll want answers." Solen nodded, then glanced at Loira. Her grey eyes were calm, impossibly calm. She nodded to him, a silent reassurance in her slight frame. He rested a hand gently on her shoulder. "Stay close," he said. Then to the squad. "Keep her safe, and stay ready." He turned toward the dome of Accord, its towers etched against the setting sun like a warning bell about to toll. Solen stood alone on the polished black stone at the heart of the dome of Accord, hands at his sides, posture still as a monument. His squad waited beyond the chamber doors, barred from entry. Only his voice would answer for them now. The council's semicircle of carved thrones felt more like a cage today than ever. Lamps burned low, sending shifting light across each councillor's solemn features. Huldrin, posted near the central dais, spoke first. "Knight Captain Vire, report on the shrine mission." Solen inclined his head. A standard breach echo was encountered near the reclaimed shrine of Ashen Stairs. Multiple Hollowborn emerged. "We engaged, as doctrine demands." A younger counselor leaned forward, skeptical. And the child? Solen met the man's stare evenly. Loira Kyle functioned as a stabilizer. Her presence allowed the 13th to maintain cohesion under dissonant assault. She extended our harmonics beyond standard capacity. Another voice, older and bitter. You mean she overwhelmed your standard capacity? Kadrin, robed in crisp grey, tapped one finger on his throne's arm. Describe what she did. Solen drew a breath, steady. She tuned the squad not as individuals, but as a single voice. Our resonance patterns aligned more quickly, and our counter-rhythms held truer. She did not command. She enhanced. A ripple of discomfort. Haldren raised a hand. And the enemy? Obliterated, Solen replied. The breach closed with no spread. Civilian casualties? None. Silence, heavy as a funeral march. Another counselor spoke from behind a veil of blue silk. You trained for years to keep your knights from harmonic contamination. She hissed, and now you would have them rely on something none of us fully understands. Kadrin's mouth twitched into a thin line of something close to approval. Understand this. He cut in. The 13th returned with no losses. The crucible is safer for it. Haldren nodded, weary. It is not her power, I fear. It is our ignorance of it. A beat. Then a final voice, older than all, cracked with centuries. She is an unbound cord. The elder speaker rasped. No one has ever placed such a note in our choir. Solen stood straight, defiant. Then perhaps, he said softly, our choir was incomplete. Silence. Haldren exhaled. The tribunal will deliberate further. Until then, you will keep her under your command. You will watch her. And you will return with more answers. Solen bowed, sharp and respectful, though inside he burned with questions of his own. As he left the chamber, he felt the weight of eyes upon him, fearful, hopeful, unwilling to let go of the old song. They gathered again in the dome at dusk, the resonance lamps casting long shadows over the marble floor. The mood had shifted from suspicion to something tighter, more formal, as if every word risked unraveling what little unity remained. Loira stood beside Solen, her frame small beneath the borrowed cloak, eyes wide but steady. She seemed impossibly young in the vastness of the chamber. Haldren raised a hand. Knight Captain Vire, step forward. Solen obeyed, feeling every gaze in the hall burn against his shoulders. The choir tribunal has deliberated. Haldren continued, voice as solemn as a funeral hymn. By emergency decree, and concerning the extraordinary circumstances of the Ashen Stairs engagement, Loira Kyle will be assigned to your command. A ripple of sound ran through the onlookers, some relief, some disgust. Kadrin spoke from his place at the bench. Be clear, Captain, this is a probationary assignment. She is no knight, not yet. She is unmeasured. If she fails your standards, the fault will be yours. Solen inclined his head, unfazed. Then I accept that burden. Haldren gestured to a scribe, who approached Loira with a small token, a thin, polished disc engraved with the sigil of the 13th Voice. Its shape suggested a note still searching for its place. The scribe spoke gently. Child, this marks you as under the captain's shield until the choir sees fit to name you fully. Loira accepted the badge in silence, bowing her head. The disc glimmered faintly against her collar, far too large for her slight frame. Around the chamber, murmurs rippled. A child! One who does not even sing. The world is changing too fast. Solen stepped closer, lowering his voice. Loira, he murmured, you are one of us now. Let them see it. She looked up at him. and though she did not speak, her eyes held a quiet conviction that needed no translation. For the first time, Solen believed she might truly belong. The council session adjourned, leaving the dome echoing with half-finished arguments and uneasy silences. Solen guided Loira through the side passages, away from the gathering nobles and priests who lingered to gossip like crows. As they stepped into the evening air, the change in light felt like a blessing. Beyond the dome's marble threshold, the crucible lived, lanterns lit, voices raised in trade and song, the massive city still grinding on. They walked in silence for a time, the patrol path leading them back toward the 13th's compound. Solen oversaw Loira, still reading the shock beneath her calm. "Do you understand what they gave you in there?" he asked, voice low. She glanced at him, eyes bright and quick, then shook her head just a little. He sighed. "It's their trust, Loira, a dangerous thing, because trust means they can blame you if it breaks." She held the token badge to her chest, studying its gleaming edges. He kept talking, filling the quiet between them. "The 13th is a hard place. Our people aren't easy. We're not celebrated. We're tolerated. Remember that." She nodded, the motion small but deliberate. As they passed beneath an archway built of old-world steel and fresh resonance plating, Jerayan appeared, leaning against a pillar. His eyes went from Solen to Loira and back again, unreadable. "Captain," he said in greeting, though the word carried a faint sting. "Sergeant," Solen replied evenly. Jerayan's gaze fell on Loira's badge. "They gave her that?" Solen nodded. "They did." Jerayan exhaled, something between a laugh and a scoff. "Saints. Well, the girl's got steel, I'll give her that." Loira shifted a little closer to Solen, as if unsure. Jerayan noticed, softening his tone. "No harm, kid. You held your ground better than most." She managed a smile, fleeting and shy, but honest. Baron emerged from the training hall behind them, catching sight of the trio. "You bringing her home, then?" Solen nodded once. "She's 13th, Baron, for now." Birun cracked a grin, heavy and warm. "Good. We could use a little more calm in this place." Solen let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. For a moment, the world seemed to settle, the chaos of the council, the strain of politics, all replaced by the simple truth of his squad, waiting and ready. He touched Loira's shoulder gently. "Tomorrow, we train. Tonight, you rest." She nodded, clutching her badge again, the tiniest spark of belonging shining in her eyes. 19. The sun was barely above the crucible walls when Solen gathered the 13th in the training arena. Sand still held the night's chill, dust swirling around their boots. Above them, the fractured glass dome of the old amphitheatre caught 100 different reflections of their breath. Loira stood apart, at first, clutching her new badge, the unfinished disc of the 13th Voice, as if it were too heavy to wear. Solen paced before them, words ready but waited. "We'll drill again," he announced. "Full harmonic formations. We train as one." Mira arched an eyebrow, already sparking with challenge. "Harmonic? With her?" She nodded toward Loira, but without cruelty, only with honest doubt. "She's 13th now," Solen replied. "She belongs here." Jerayan gave no reaction, jaw tight, arms crossed over his chest. Baron shifted his tower shield to a ready grip. "Then let's see how she stands with us," he rumbled, a steady bass in the still morning air. They began slowly, resonance patterns woven together, each knight's voice layered in perfect synchrony. Loira stood at their center, unsure at first, but then something changed. She didn't push power outward. She listened. Their voices moved through her like wind through a chime, each note tuned sharper, steadier. When Mira struck, the pulses landed with greater precision. When Tarn braced, the harmonics thickened, stronger than before. Even Erie's flickers of future sight felt clearer and less fragmented as Loira's presence anchored them. Solen watched, a knot tightening in his chest. She's harmonizing us, he thought. But how far can this go before it consumes her? Then he called for a shift, a rapid formation break, each knight rotating positions. Loira tried to adapt, but the sudden churn of voices startled her. Her stabilizing field faltered, just a breath, and Jeren's counterharmonic spiked dangerously close to Sivan's barrier. A harsh crack rang across the arena as Sivan barely pulled back in time. "Hold!" Solen barked, stepping forward. Loira's hands trembled, the resonance disc on her chest almost singing with backlash. She swallowed, lowering her gaze. Solen steadied her gently. "It's all right," he said. "We learn together." Jeren turned away, muttering, "Or die together." The line wavered with that remark, and Solen felt the chill of it in his bones. They reset their formation, the morning air humming again with cautious hope. Loira took a deeper breath, eyes shining, and stepped back into the ring of knights. Haldrin's office was quiet, the sounds of the dome outside dulled by layers of woven resonance cloth. Dust motes danced in stray sunbeams that cut through the shutters like bars of golden iron. He stood, reviewing a sheaf of complaints, minor breach fluctuations, and complaints about ration weights, as well as a dozen petitions for advancement, when a polite knock came at the threshold. Kadrin entered first, composed, wary, followed by Inquisitor Velka. Velka's robes were starched to razor-sharp folds, patterned in the grey-white colours of the tribunal, his shoulders held stiff with absolute certainty. Haldrin sighed. "Velka, Kadrin." The Inquisitor bowed, though the motion seemed as cold as a blade. "Preceptor Haldrin, the tribunal expects answers. You are aware that a tuning fork has entered active duty under your watch?" Haldrin's jaw tightened. "Her name is Loira Kale. She has passed 2 trials, and the 3rd was completed with a resonance confirmation. The 13th has accepted her." Velkor's lip curled. "A child, a mute child, wielding a gift none of us understand." "She is not untrained." Kadrin interjected carefully, eyes on Velka. "Solen is supervising. I have reviewed his record. No other captain would do better." Velka spun on him. "You defend this risk? The prophecies are quite clear. Or a tuning fork destabilizes. It makes traitors out of brothers." Kadrin refused to flinch. "Or it brings harmony where we lost it," he replied, voice even. Haldrin took a deep breath, letting Kadrin's quiet resistance stabilize him. "We will observe her," he said at last. "The tribunal has that right, but she will not be removed from the 13th until cause is shown." Velka's nostrils flared. "I will hold you to that, Preceptor. If even the smallest note fractures, I will have her silenced." He left, robes sweeping with rigid precision. Kadrin waited until the Inquisitor's steps had entirely faded before speaking. "You know he'll find an excuse, sooner or later?" Haldrin pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaustion showing in the deep lines around his eyes. "Yes. And when he does, Kadrin, I trust you to see past his fear." Kadrin bowed slightly, a complicated loyalty on his face. "I will, Preceptor." For a moment, the 2 men stood in the muffled light, the quiet more dangerous than any cry of war. The call came at dusk. Another breach, this one near the old East Gate, a place where, until recently, no Hollowborn had dared to emerge. Solen's pulse quickened the instant the resonance alert hummed through the barracks. They had been training for hours, working to rebuild the squad's formation around Loira's new presence, But now there was no time to refine, only act. "Form up," he commanded. Loira stood at the edge of the ring, eyes wide but steady. Solen nodded to her, trying to offer what calm he could muster. "Stay close. Follow my lead." Jiren snorted. "Or maybe we should be following hers." He muttered, too quiet for most, but Solen heard. They mounted their stride beasts in practiced rhythm, riding through the torchlit alleys toward the breach. Even from a distance, they felt the warping of the veil, a dragging weight, like a string pulled taut, ready to snap. The breach had opened in the courtyard of an abandoned foundry, half buried under old slag heaps and twisted support beams. The air was thick, choked with iron and something far fouler, the cloying echo of despair, pulsing in sickly waves. Solen raised his blade. Standard formation. Loira stepped in as their center once again, her calm, null field expanding like a soft breath. Then the Hollowborn came. They poured from the rift like spilled pitch, warped, eyeless, their half-made limbs folding and unfolding in horrific rhythm. Their resonant signatures intertwined, forming a collective chord of broken pain. The squad moved Jiren's hammer, striking with discordant pulses, Mira's twin blades flashing like percussion. Tarn's great sword hummed deep, anchoring the line. For a moment it felt right. Then the Hollowborn adapted. They began echoing Solen's commands, twisting them into something else. Their voices echoed from the walls, mimicking orders and distorting patterns. Solen felt his harmony fracture under the mirrored assault. He tried to correct, to break through the confusion, but he hesitated, realizing too late that he had taught these rhythms too well, that his leadership could be used against him. The squad faltered. A Hollowborn blade scraped past his guard, opening a deep gash along his arm. Another smashed through Seven's barrier, sending him sprawling. Loira watched frozen, torn between helping him and holding the line. Then something changed in her. She stepped forward, not as a stabilizer, but as a conductor channeling each squad mate's raw gift back into unity. Solen's broken rhythm was reformed through her presence, his voice carried back to him, clearer and stronger. The Hollowborn stuttered, confused by the restored pattern. And in that instant, the 13th surged. Mira darted through their lines, Jiren shattered their flanks, Tarn's great sword carved a clean chord, and Erie's bow lanced silent arrows into their hearts. Solen fell to a knee, breathing hard, humbled but alive. And Loira, small, mute, resolute, stood in the center of it all, as if she had been meant for this moment from the beginning. The night was deep when they returned to the barracks. The echoes of battle still clung to their armor and their hearts, even as the city's quiet rhythms resumed around them. Solen dismounted last, his arm hastily bandaged, but the wound still throbbed with a hollow ache that had nothing to do with flesh. Inside the hall, the 13th slumped to their benches, weapons stacked at their feet, tunics stained from resonance burns and Hollowborn ichor. Loira stood awkwardly near the doorway, uncertain whether she was meant to stay or go. Solen noticed and beckoned her closer, nodding with a calm that was harder to fake tonight. "You were good out there," he told her, voice hoarse. "Better than any of us deserved." She didn't answer, of course, only offered a slight, exhausted smile. Jiren dropped his hammer to the floor with a clatter. "We wouldn't have needed her if you'd kept your head," he said, sharp enough to cut the silence. Solen didn't rise to it. He could still feel the way his commands had failed, how the Hollowborn had turned his strength against him. That wound went deeper than any gash. "I know," he admitted, "and I will do better." Jiren shook his head, anger fighting sorrow in his eyes. "How many times can you fail before it kills us?" Mira stepped in, hands still raw from her strikes. "Enough!" she snapped, glaring between them. We lived. That's the count tonight. The argument broke off, leaving behind a heavy, vibrating silence. Then Berun's deep voice, steady as stone. We need her. You all see it. Tarn nodded, still rubbing a residual burn from his shoulder. Ain't seen anything like that. Not ever. Solen looked at Loira again. She was tiny, fragile in the torchlight, but she met his eyes with a calm stronger than steel. Rest, he finally told the squad. We'll be needed again soon. Loira hesitated, then reached for the still chime at her neck, pressing its crystal gently. It hummed a note of quiet, one that seemed to wash through them all, easing the knots in their thoughts, if only for a moment. And for the first time since they'd left the field, Solen felt something close to peace. Yirbadavada. Dawn scraped pale light across the barracks, revealing every scuffed boot, every cracked pauldron, every half-washed smear of hollow-born ichor. The 13th Voice stirred slowly, the weariness of the night before still clinging to their bones. Loira sat alone near the hearth, studying the small cord crystal they had pressed into her hands before dawn. It was no grand relic, a modest shard of resonant stone, bound in a copper loop that Berun had polished until it gleamed. Tarn had joked that it might sing like a dying rooster. Mira had threatened to etch a curse word into its face. But in the end, they had named it the Still Chime, half in jest, half in hope, a gift meant to help steady her field when the world turned chaotic. She had accepted it without words, cradling it carefully, the copper chain cool against her skin. It felt heavier than it looked, as if the squad had given her more than a crystal, a thread of trust, or at least a thread of intention. Now, as she turned it over in her fingers, the faintest harmonic glow played across its surface, steady and quiet. It calmed her, though she did not fully understand why. Around her the squad moved with a measured silence. Berun bound fresh cloth around a burn that still wept a dull, sour-smelling ichor. Mira worked a whetstone along the curve of her daggers, every motion short and angry. Tarn tried to sleep against a pillar, snoring like a broken drum. Jerayan refused to sit. He paced the length of the hall, hammer slung across his shoulders, gaze flicking now and then toward Loira with a look that seemed to ache. Solen emerged from the back room, the dressing on his arm still fresh, his tunic half-buttoned. His posture was stiff, but his eyes were raw, carrying the same question that burned in them all. How much longer could they hold? We drilled today, he said, his voice flat, almost weary. We will not let what happened in the foundry happen again. Jeran's jaw tightened, fists clenching. And if it does? You're going to let her patch it over while you stand there. Loira flinched. The word her felt like a stone flung against glass. Solen held steady. She is 13th. He answered, refusing to bend. She drills with us. We hold the formation. No one argued, but no one truly agreed. Sivan rose from the bench, slipping a resonance meter over his wrist. That echo fragment from the foundry, he said, trying to steer them back to logic, was taught, like someone was guiding them. Loira raised her head, signing carefully. Like my song? Seven frowned, troubled. Close, he admitted, but broken, corrupted. It felt deliberate. Solen drew a slow breath, letting the weight of that settle. Then we change our pattern faster than they can learn it. Berun rumbled in agreement, flexing his massive shield arm. Let them try, he said. We'll break their rhythm again. Loira looked down at the still chime, pressing her thumb against the warm copper loop. If her field could steady them, Could it steady the enemy too? That fear stayed with her, gnawing and subtle, as Solen called them to gather their gear. The courtyard felt sharper than usual, the morning sun reflecting off the cracked flagstones like blades of light. Solen had ordered the harmonic drill to begin at first light, a ritual meant to rebuild the 13th's cohesion after the Foundry's near disaster. Loira stood near the center of the formation, the still chime nestled against her collarbone, its subtle pulse steady in her awareness. She tried to match her breathing to it, letting that calm flow outward into the pattern, just as she had done in the battle. Jerayan moved stiffly on the edge of the formation, his hammer heavier than usual, or maybe just more reluctant to answer him. Baron held the left anchor position, shield braced and posture solid. Mira flexed her wrists, the twin daggers singing faint echoes with each test swing. Solen called cadence, his voice low, careful, carrying more caution than authority. The chords of their resonance began to flow, each night picking up the familiar rhythm until Loira's calm, null field spread out through them, smoothing every edge. For a breath, it worked. Their harmonics braided together in something near perfect, each move aligned, their resonance singing in a chorus that felt unstoppable. Then Jerayan broke the pattern. He twisted a half-beat early, forcing Berun to check his shield, and the ripple threw Mira off her attack line. Loira adjusted instinctively, pushing her field stronger to catch the disharmony, but Jerayan felt it and lashed back. "Stop that!" he snapped, spinning on her, resonance still flickering across his knuckles. "I don't need you tuning me like a broken lute." The chord they'd built collapsed, ringing in painful dissonance. Solen stepped in immediately. "Hold formation!" he ordered, voice hardening. Jerayan ignored him, breathing hard, eyes locked on Loira with a rage he hadn't let surface before. "She's in my head, Captain. I can feel her twisting it." Loira shrank back, fingers tightening around the still chime. She tried to sign, to help, but the motion was clumsy and desperate. Berun slammed his tower shield into the ground with a boom that cut across the courtyard. "She's holding us together, Jerayan," he rumbled. "Same as before." Jerayan's jaw clenched. "She'll break us just as easily." He spat, voice shaking. Silence fell around them. Mira looked ready to jump between them, knives half drawn, while Sevan glanced at Solen, waiting for the command. Solen raised a hand, quiet but final. "Enough." He stepped toward Jerayan, the distance between them measured in so much more than meters. "You have every right to be afraid," Solen said, voice steady. "But you don't get to tear this squad apart because of it." Jerayan looked at Loira one last time, eyes brimming with something between betrayal and exhaustion, then stalked away across the practice yard, hammer banging against his thigh. Loira watched him go, shoulders sinking. "Don't mind him," Mira said, softer now. "He'll come around?" Loira nodded, but the doubt still showed in her eyes. They dismissed the drills after that, too frayed to continue. That evening a hush hung over the barracks. The squad gathered around the courtyard's guttering fire, plates of stale bread and boiled greens half finished in their hands. Tarn leaned back against a column, voice low. "If they can copy our chords," he said, "then next time they'll break them faster." Kevin adjusted the settings on the resonance meter he'd salvaged from the foundry. "Or maybe they'll learn to answer them," he offered grimly. Loira listened in silence, seated near the fire. She held the still chime in her lap, turning it slowly, trying to find a stable pattern in its faint glow. They were talking about her, whether they knew it or not. Berun spoke up, cutting through the gloom. "If they take her away, we're dead. I'll say it plainly." No one argued. Loira looked at Solen, who had been silent since returning from the yard. His gaze met hers across the flames, tired and heavy, but still carrying that unspoken promise. I will protect you. She gave him the slightest nod, then curled up against her bedroll as the others fell into restless, uneasy sleep. That night, dreams came to her in shards of broken harmony, images of the lattice, its lines bending and tearing, something moving among the breaches with purpose. A cold certainty settled through her. This is no accident. The courtyard was still wrapped in a hush when Loira stepped outside, barefoot against the worn stone. Dawn had only begun to break across the crucible, pale orange catching on spires and broken lattice conduits like hesitant hope. She held the still chime close, pressing it to her chest. Its soft harmonic note had become an anchor, a steady breath in a world where even breath could be stolen. Part of her wanted to stay curled by the dying embers inside, hidden away from Jeraen's anger, from the fear that clung to her place in the 13th like a damp cloth. But something had pulled her out here, a sense of wrongness still echoing through her sleep, a whisper she couldn't translate. Solen found her before the sun cleared the horizon. His boots scuffed quietly across the sand-strewn floor, and he paused a respectful distance away, studying her silhouette. "You couldn't sleep?" he asked, voice softer than she had heard in days. She shook her head, then signed hesitantly. "Wrong." "Feels wrong?" He stepped closer, careful not to startle her. "The dream." She nodded. "Tell me," he urged. Loira hesitated, fingers moving slowly through the hand signs they'd taught her. Lattice bent. Someone pulling. Like strings. Solen's brow furrowed. "Someone pulling the breeches." She nodded again, urgent this time. He let out a tight sigh, scanning the city walls beyond them as though they might sprout hollowborn at any moment. "You see patterns I don't, Loira. That's why you're here." She looked down, shame creeping behind her tired eyes. Solen's voice softened even further. "That's a good thing," he reassured. He reached out, letting his hand hover near hers before she bridged the gap, placing the still chime into his palm. Its note thrummed softly, resonating through his bones in a way that made him shiver. "This helps you?" he asked. Loira nodded. He gave it back gently, letting her fingers close over the crystal. "Then keep it close." For a long moment, they stood in the half-light together, breathing in rhythm. "You belong here," Solen told her quietly. "Even if Jeraen doesn't see it yet. Even if I still have to remind myself." Loira tilted her head, curious. Solen smiled, tired but honest. "I am not perfect. You saw that. But you kept us alive." She managed a tiny, almost startled grin. He returned it, a faint spark of hope threading through his doubt. "We train again later," he warned, "and Jeraen will push back." Loira nodded. "I stand." "Good," he said, pride leaking through his exhaustion. The sun finally climbed over the crucible's spires, setting the battered city aglow with a light that felt almost new. For that single moment, the 13th Voice was silent, at peace, a fragile chord waiting for the next verse. The dome of a chord was nearly empty at this hour, its soaring arches swallowing every stray sound. Flickering resonance lamps cast thin shadows across the floor, stretching and bending like notes played out of key. Kadrin stood near one of the windowed alcoves, robes folded in precise, anxious lines. He watched the city beyond, quiet for once, as though measuring how far their control had slipped since Loira's appearance. Velkor approached from deeper in the hall, his footfalls as clipped as a metronome. The Inquisitor's expression was carved in cold certainty, eyes sharp enough to cut through any compromise. "Cadrin," he began, not bothering with formalities. "You've seen the reports?" Cadrin nodded, reluctant. "I have. The girl stabilized them again." Velka's mouth twitched, more a sneer than a smile. "A dangerous pattern." "She saved them," Cadrin countered, though even he sounded unsteady saying it aloud. Velka stepped closer, lowering his voice. "You don't see it. She bends resonance as easily as others breathe, and if she fails to hold herself—" Cadrin frowned. "She has the 13th to ground her." Velka shook his head, disgusted. "The 13th is a splinter waiting to break, and if they shatter with her in their heart, what then?" Cadrin stayed silent. The Inquisitor leaned in, voice a soft, precise blade. "If even a single note fractures, I will silence her myself." Cadrin's throat bobbed, but he found no words. Velka straightened, adjusting his robes with mechanical finality. "You will report any deviation, anything." "I will," Cadrin said, barely above a whisper. Velka turned, leaving behind only the cold aftertaste of a threat. Cadrin looked once more at the distant lights of the crucible, each lamp an ember against the night. For a breath he let himself wonder if perhaps the Inquisitor was right, that anything new could burn them all down. Interlude. Dissonance, the Choir of Ash. Malrin watched the smoke rise from the southern quarter, the night carrying the scent of scorched prayer sheets and broken lattice conduits. He stood among the old stone colonnades of the river bridge, one hand resting on the rough, pitted arch, listening to the way the city hummed in pain. They thought resonance made them free. But freedom was not harmony. It was choice, and choice, he knew, was born from dissonance. At his back, a small gathering of shardbound knelt in a semicircle, their skin inked with burned cord marks, eyes alight with unstable power. Malrin let them wait, savoring the silence before he spoke. "Do you hear them?" he asked, voice soft, almost kind. One of the shardbound, a youth barely old enough to bear the weight of a resonance band, swallowed hard. "The choir." Malrin shook his head. "Number the city, the crucible. It is strangled by its cords, too blind to hear the truth." He stepped forward, arms wide, letting the echoes of distant resonance drills and market calls wash across him. "They would rather bind you to perfect songs than let you make your own." Another follower, a woman missing 3 fingers from some half-forgotten punishment, spoke up. "They call us corrupted." "They call you free," Malrin corrected gently. "They just fear the word." He turned toward the brazier at the circle's center, its flames flickering with oil-soaked rags and crumbled song scrolls. He pulled a scrap of old prayer paper from his belt, letting it catch fire, the runes blackening in an instant. "Fire," he murmured, holding the burning scrap high, "does not destroy. It silences." The shardbound murmured agreement, their resonance fields flickering like dying candles. Malrin dropped the burned paper into the brazier, watching it fall to the ground. Let silence grow. Let it crack their walls. Let it break the lattice. A tremor of excitement rippled through his followers. He let the moment breathe, then stepped around the circle, touching each shardbound lightly on the shoulder. "We will guide the breaches," he promised. "They are blind, but we will teach them." One of the followers, voice rough with half-healed scarring, dared to ask, "And the girl?" The mute one. Malrin paused, smiling with genuine admiration. "Ah, yes, the unmeasured chord." He thought of her then, the child with a stabilizing presence so profound that even the council feared it. A note that could harmonize, but also, if turned, could invert. "She is curious," he admitted, a voice waiting to be bent. If she can steady their rhythms, she can break them too. He let that idea hang over the flames. "Find her," he ordered softly. "Watch her. When the next breach comes, test her strength. If she is as powerful as they say, we will unstring her." The shardbound bowed their heads, a harmony of broken, eager zeal. Malrin turned back to the city, eyes catching the faint glimmer of the dome of Accord in the distance. "You locked us away once," he whispered to the night, a prayer twisted from hate. "But no cage holds a song forever." The fire burned lower, a final hiss of silence on the wind. Harmony, the little pause. Loira dreamed of the village, though its edges felt softened, half forgotten. The low clay houses, the worn footpaths, the gentle rhythm of evening drums drifting between doorways. She moved through the memories without a voice, but the silence there was kind, familiar, protective. Her mother's hands were there, warm and calloused from grinding grain, helping guide Loira's small fingers into a steady tapping on a wooden bowl. One slow beat, too quick, one slow. A strange rhythm, off-kilter compared to the ceremonial chants the village elders taught, but somehow easier, more human. "Little Paws," her mother had called her once, voice soft and gentle, because you give the world room to breathe. The dream shifted, and Loira found herself in the village courtyard, alone, hearing no children, no songs, only the faint hum of the vale beyond the hills. She stepped forward, following that hum, drawn to a broken lattice relay buried in the old shrine. It still pulsed, a weak echo that seemed to call her name without a word. She knelt beside it, pressing her hand to its fractured copper frame. Where the village had once feared resonance, she had always felt something else in its depths, something welcoming, like a heartbeat she could match if only she listened long enough. The relay shimmered in the dream, showing her faces. Beren, Tarn, Mira, Jeren, Iri, Solen the 13th Voice, fractured but trying, failing but still singing. Each of them was a note, sharp or soft, imperfect but vital. Then she saw a breach, ragged and monstrous, pulling those faces apart. Their cords bent, breaking. She reached out, the calm of her field rushing forward like water, trying to gather them. But the breach's echoes felt like knives, cutting her hands, forcing her to pull back. For a breath, she faltered. Then her mother's memory returned to her mind. Little pause. She inhaled, steady, let the moment hold, and felt the calm field slip through the breach instead of fighting it. The breach stuttered, its hungry chords finding nothing to anchor them. In the dream, the 13th's resonance snapped back into place, stronger, surer, guided by her pause. She felt Solen's presence there, a quiet rhythm steadying hers, and then the rest of the squad following, even Jerayan, even the ones who still feared her. Their pattern was messy, bruised but still whole. The village courtyard faded, the shrine gone. But Loira woke with a sense of purpose, the memory of her mother's voice imprinted in her heart. Little pause. The world had room to breathe if someone was brave enough to hold that moment for it. Dissonance. The bridge. 4. Dr. Tarmek stood at the observation window of the bridge control tower, watching the winds rake over the Nevada test range. They had chosen the desert for its distance from civilian echoes, far from anything that might interrupt the pattern. Joint Command's authorization had come down the night before, terse and unquestioning, a voice over encrypted lines. "Run the sequence, Doctor. Tamek, final live trial. They wanted a weapon. He wanted a cure." But the lines between those words had blurred, and no one, not even he, could cleanly separate them anymore. The bridge's harmonic array spanned 3 square kilometers, a web of tuned emitters feeding from buried resonance cores. Tamek had designed those cores to stabilize a mass population's fear states, reshaping their collective pattern, bringing them to a higher cooperative baseline. The generals saw something else. They saw an area denial weapon, capable of liquefying hardened bunkers with a single tuned frequency. He had tried to overwrite the routines the night before, to swing the pattern away from destructive pulse harmonics toward a gentler unity waveform. He'd left code running even now, an untested improvisation, hoping to save his dream from becoming a monstrous chorus of violence. They counted down. Patavde. The towers pulsed, faintly musical, carrying a harmonic note higher than any human could sing. Eindavde. Static built up across the valley, skin prickling, a chord begging to be resolved. First, ignition. For a moment, perfect resonance. The array locked, frequencies merging, a harmonic field shimmering across the test grid. Even from here, he saw birds freeze mid-flight, their nervous systems caught by the bridge's reach. Then the feedback. Fear roared back through the field, carried by the test personnel's panic. A single note of terror rebounded through the harmonic weave and tore it open. The stabilizing pattern collapsed. Structures across the test grid began to sing themselves apart, resonance pulses shattering reinforced concrete like cheap glass. Entire bunkers caved inward, their steel skeletons buckling as if a giant's hand had crushed them. People ran. Some collapsed where they stood, minds stripped of coherent thought. Others turned on each other, violence blooming through their brains like a fast-growing mold. And then something else. From the center of the collapsing array, echoes began to crawl out. Shapes blurred and wrong, tuned to disharmonic frequencies no human had ever survived. They moved through the chaos like knives through cloth, feeding on panic, growing stronger with every mind that shattered. He had theorized about the metacognitive boundary, a final barrier protecting human collective cognition from deeper resonant states. He had never truly believed it existed until he saw it break. His assistant screamed as one of the resonance-born shapes swept across the observation deck, leaving only a wet smudge against the blast glass. Tamek staggered back, heart hammering, hearing the field still stuttering through emergency backups. No kill switch answered. The pattern was fully recursive and self-sustaining. He fled for the rejuvenation pod buried in the tower's lower levels, ignoring the chaos of the comms officers dying, test engineers babbling prayers, and the entire command structure fragmenting under its terror. The pod sealed around him with a mechanical whine. One final resonance scan flashed across his eyes, then darkness. Through the seals he could still hear it, the world outside collapsing into a chorus of ruin, harmonics crashing, screams twisting into song, and those new impossible shapes hunting among them. He closed his eyes. Harmony can still be saved, he told himself. Then silence took him, deep and perfect. The barracks hummed with an uneasy morning rhythm, a disharmonic edge that refused to smooth itself out. Loira woke to the faint glow of guttering lanterns, the stale scent of boiled greens still clinging to the air from the night before. She pulled the thin blanket tighter around her shoulders, the still chime's copper band cool against her collarbone. She'd dreamed again, lattice strands breaking, something pulling them apart like loose threads. It left a quiet dread in her chest that she could not name. Solen's voice cut through the haze. "Form up." His tone was clipped, almost brittle. The squad rose, bleary-eyed, weapons shifting against their tunics. Baron yawned, Mira flexed stiff fingers, and Tarn scratched idly at a healing burn across his jaw. Seven stepped forward with a folded message scroll. The tribunal's seal glared like an unblinking eye across the wax. "New orders," Kivan reported. His voice was steady, but Solen caught the tension around his jaw. Loira moved closer, watching as Solen broke the seal with a careful motion. Western Quarter. Solen read, scanning fast. Relays spiking, possible cult presence. Tribunal observers will attend. Mira groaned. Observers. Lovely. Berun rumbled a low agreement. If they want to watch, they can stand on the line. Solen ignored them, reading the rest of the scroll, eyes growing hard. They want a demonstration, he said finally. Jerin's brow darkened. A demonstration of what? Solen hesitated, then looked at Loira. Her stomach turned cold. They want to see her in the field, Solen answered, voice flat as iron. The tribunal wants proof. A silence landed among them, thicker than any morning mist. Loira swallowed, fingers drifting to the still chime. A demonstration. Proof. The word felt too big for her to hold. Tarn broke the silence with a faint grin. Well, if you're going to break rules, break them with style. He joked, trying to lift the mood. No one laughed. Sevan took a careful step toward Loira, lowering his voice. You've been picking up our sign codes, right? Loira nodded, tentatively showing the quick flick of fingers for hold and form. Good, Sevan encouraged. Keep at it. We'll follow your lead if you can hold us steady. She tried to return his confidence with a small smile, though her hands trembled. Solen watched her with something knotted behind his eyes, a mix of pride, fear, and a kind of exhaustion that looked too heavy to bear. You'll stay close to me, he told her, voice low, steady. If the tribunal wants a show, we'll give them one, but on our terms. Loira nodded. Berun pounded his tower shield against the stone once, a ritual heartbeat. 13th stands, he growled. The others repeated it, not loudly, but firmly enough. Loira felt the rhythm gather inside her like a small, steady drum. She took a breath, pressed the still chime against her chest, and let it anchor her. If they wanted proof, she would give them the truth instead. The Western Quarter felt brittle, like a string tuned too tightly, ready to snap. As the 13th Voice advanced along the cracked roadways, resonance lanterns flickered overhead, casting uneven ripples of color across scorched walls and hollow archways. Loira walked near Solen's right flank, clutching the still chime so hard her knuckles whitened. She had practiced new sign codes since dawn. Form, shift, hold. The motions were clumsy and halting, but they were hers, and the copper chime gave each gesture a gentle harmonic pulse that steadied her. They turned a corner and found chaos. The second echo was already deployed in the western plaza, their company colors bold against the soot-stained banners. Half their formation was pinned near the old shrine, the rest trying to corral a scattering of terrified civilians. Sevan hissed under his breath. Perfect. They dropped the second echo on the same breach. Berun lifted his shield higher. No coordination at all, he growled. Mira scanned the open ground, wary. If one of those civilians panics, it'll fracture everything. Solen stepped forward, raising a hand. Second echo, he called, using the choir's formal address. 13th Voice inbound. The captain of the second echo, a gaunt man with sun-scorched skin and a sour twist to his mouth, turned with a scowl. Hold position, 13th. We have it contained. Loira saw at once that it was a lie. The second echo's harmonic field was ragged, its cadence stuttering against the terrified resonance of the civilians. If they tried to stabilize on their own, they would shatter. She glanced at Solen, then lifted one hand with hesitation. Slowly, she signed, Help, hold, join. Solen looked at her, startled by her clarity, then gave a slight, stiff nod. He turned back to the second echo's captain. We're with you, Solen said. She can help you anchor. The captain sneered. That thing? He gestured at Loira like she was something half feral. Loira's gut twisted, but she lifted her chin. She stepped forward, letting the still chime ring once, a soft, steady note that wrapped the plaza like a calm breath. The tone reached across the tangled field, touching even the civilians on the edge of panic. At first, the Echo Knights bristled, hands clenching on weapons. Then the pattern steadied, their fractured chords beginning to align again under her influence. One of the younger Echo Knights whispered, eyes wide, "She's harmonizing us." Loira signed again, a little more sure, calm, stand, with. The civilians near the shrine blinked as if waking from a nightmare, their shoulders relaxing, their grips loosening on the kitchen knives and scavenged sticks. Solen stepped beside her, voice low. "Perfect," he said, pride and worry mixing in every syllable. The second Echo's captain glared, then turned away, unwilling to argue further. High on a shattered arch, Velka stood with folded arms, watching. A thin smile broke across his face, sharp as a blade. The tribunal had asked for a demonstration, and Loira had just given them one, far beyond anything they had hoped. The plaza's fragile calm barely held, the chords of the civilians still trembling even under Loira's harmonics. The second Echo, another company within the Knights Resonant, renowned for its disciplined formations, moved to help steady the perimeter while the 13th Voice swept the shrine. Baron was first through the arch. "Shield up!" "Clear!" he called, though his tone carried no relief. Inside the shrine, half-collapsed tapestries sagged against crumbling columns, their painted prayers streaked with soot. An acrid scent stung the air, something charred, something wrong. Mira crouched near the altar, fingers ghosting over a set of prayer tags strung like broken rosaries. The ink shimmered in a sickly red, humming discord through the air. "These aren't holy," she said, disgust curling her voice. "They're bait." Loira stepped forward, the still chime in her hand resonating gently. As soon as she crossed the threshold, the corrupted tags reacted, their chords snarled, vibrating in sharp disharmony that clawed at her field. She flinched but held firm, channeling a stabilizing wave through the chime. Kevin knelt by a half-burned offering bowl, examining a cluster of hidden glyphs scrawled beneath the ash. "Shard-bound script," he muttered. "They've layered a breach anchor right under the tags." Baron spat on the floor. "Like setting fire to a cathedral," he growled. Solen moved around the shrine's outer ring, reading the pattern with trained eyes. "They're trying to fracture the lattice here," he said, voice tight. "If this collapses, the entire quarter could be compromised." Loira took a steady breath. She tried to sign calm/form/hold, but the corrupted field stung her senses, breaking her concentration. Mira reached out, steadying her. "Loira, breathe. You've got us." Loira nodded, pressing the still chime to her chest. Slowly, she let her field flow outward, a gentle ripple through the corrupted resonance. The glyphs fought back, clawing at the pattern, but she refused to let go. The others fell into formation around her. Baron shielded her right side, Mira and Tarn forming a close guard. Solen watched, hands clenched, as if willing her to succeed. Piece by piece, the corrupted field began to yield its secrets. Geraint stood at the threshold, hammer low, eyes dark with a mix of awe and frustration. She shouldn't have to do this alone. He muttered. No one answered. Above them, the resonance lanterns flared once, their chords smoothing as Loira's stabilizing note finally took hold. She lowered the still chime, breath shuddering, and nodded once to the squad. Safe. But behind them, in the street, Velka was still watching, the faintest of grins dancing across his mouth. The shrine's corrupted chords had barely settled before the next tremor rattled through the quarter. The western relay tower, a slender column of stone threaded with delicate resonance glass, began to pulse with a jagged, angry red light. Seven cursed. "The lattice is flaring again!" Solen turned toward the archway. "Second echo," he called, his voice breaking against the clatter of distant boots. "Secure the perimeter." The second echo, another of the night's resonant companies, known for their disciplined formations, had moved into the plaza, trying to calm a fresh wave of panicked civilians. But something was wrong. Loira could sense it even from here, a pattern so twisted it felt like teeth. A moment later, screams broke through the air, not fear alone, but pain. Jerayan tensed beside her. "They're hitting the second." Loira stepped forward, eyes wide. The street beyond the shrine rippled with corrupted resonance, its colors warping and breaking across the stones. From within that chaos, cultists appeared, cloaked in ragged black, their blades etched with shard-bound symbols. They advanced without hesitation, moving straight for the Echo Knights. And behind them, something worse moved. A hollowborn, taller than a man, its edges constantly refracting like broken glass, its voice a shriek of disharmonic rage, stepped into the street, following the cultists as though drawn on a leash. Loira felt her field shiver in its presence, the stabilizing cords breaking like paper. Solen barked orders, pulling the 13th into a defensive wedge. "We anchor here," he commanded, though his voice was ragged. "No matter what." The second echo tried to respond, but their captain had lost formation, caught between civilians and the cultists' blade line. Panic rippled through their ranks. Loira took a desperate breath, clutching the still chime so tightly the copper cut her palm. She stepped forward, pushed a steady note into the street, letting it bloom. The sound struck through the confusion like a bell, drawing the Echo Knight's attention. She signed it, simple, incomplete, but enough. The younger Echo Knights recognized the pattern, grabbing their captain and pulling him back into a partial defensive arc. Loira kept her field pulsing, layering calm on top of calm, trying to smother the chaos of the breach. The hollowborn turned its eyeless gaze toward her, its resonance screaming across her stabilizing cords, testing for weakness. Loira wavered, but Mira and Barun moved to her sides, flanking her like living shields. Together, the two companies fought to hold the plaza. Barun slammed his shield into the ground, a deep, anchoring note rippling outward. Mira spun her blades through a tight, harmonic pattern, deflecting a cultist's corrupted cord before it could strike. Loira forced herself to stand tall. The chime hummed with her heartbeat, synchronizing the scattered knights, giving them one single, fragile rhythm. Slowly, impossibly, the chaos began to break. Above them, Velka watched from a shattered arch, the tribunal's clerks recording every moment. He did not smile this time. He only observed, sharp as a blade, measuring Loira's every note. For a heartbeat, no one moved. The corrupted cords hung between the knights and their attackers, thick and suffocating. Loira's field wavered, barely holding its shape as the hollowborn advanced. Then Mira snapped her blades forward. "Loira!" she shouted. "Take us in." Loira looked at her, really looked, and felt something lock into place. She raised one trembling hand, signed push, now, and let the still chime ring like a war bell. The note ripped across the plaza, anchoring every knight's pattern to hers. Beren charged first, shield up, crashing into a cultist with unstoppable force. Mira spun off his flank, her twin blades flashing in a perfect rhythm, cutting down two more before they could even react. The second echo's younger knights followed, the stabilizing pattern ringing in their heads like a song they'd always known but never sung before. Solen moved to Loira's side, voice rough but determined. "Guide us," he rasped. She nodded, pushing her null field harder than she ever had, harmonizing not just the 13th voice, but the Echo Knights too. their movements synced, perfect chords woven from desperate hope and raw muscle. The Hollowborn shrieked, its discordant field clawing at their harmonies, but Loira refused to yield. She shifted her focus, letting her calm slip around its broken pattern, smothering its rage. It faltered, confused, its limbs stuttering like a skipped record. "Strike!" Solen roared, and the knights answered as one. They hit the Hollowborn with the force of a hurricane, Berun's shield smashing its twisted limbs, Tarn's great sword cleaving through its fractal ribs, Mira's blades slicing its cord anchors free, and Geren's hammer crashing into its chest with bone-shattering force. Loira held the pattern steady until the creature could no longer sustain itself. It tore apart in a final wail of broken resonance, collapsing into dust and unstrung notes. The cultists saw their champion fall and broke. One of them tried to rally, raising a blade etched with shard-bound glyphs. Loira let the chime flare one last time, flooding the square with her null field. The glyphs sputtered and died, leaving the cultist blinking in terror. He dropped the blade and ran. Others followed, scattering through the side streets, leaving their corrupted prayer tags behind. Mira stepped forward, wiping blood from her face. "We send them home with their tails between their legs." She spat, glaring after the retreating survivors. Geren lowered his hammer, eyes on Loira. For the first time, he looked at her not as a burden, but as a leader. Loira let her arms fall, and the still chime quieted once more. Exhaustion pulled at her, but the squad had found its shape, found her shape. Solen stepped close, his voice rough. "You did it," he said. Loira signed, shaky but sure, together. Above them, the resonance lanterns steadied, their chords bright and even once more. Velka watched from the shattered archway, his eyes narrowed. He saw far more than the tribunal would ever report, and in that moment, Loira knew the subsequent trials would only get harder. The high walls of the tribunal chamber gleamed with embedded resonance panels, their thin crystal veins pulsing a steady, artificial calm. The effect was eerie, a kind of forced peace that made Loira's skin prickle. They had never stood in this room as a squad before. The 13th usually fought far from this place of polished marble and gold inlays, where the true power of the crucible resided. Solen's jaw was locked tight as they approached the central dais, Geraint to his right and Berun on his left. The rest of the squad flanked them in a disciplined pattern, though every step felt heavy. Loira moved behind them, hands brushing against the still chime at her neck, trying to calm the faint vibration of dread under her skin. Velka stood near the council's center ring, draped in the black and gold cloak of the tribunal's inquisitors. His posture was relaxed, but the gleam in his eyes was sharper than a blade. Solen bowed stiffly. Captain Solen Vire, reporting as ordered. Velkor inclined his head, almost politely. "Captain, and your aspirant." His gaze slid to Loira like a cold wind. Loira lifted her chin. She would not flinch for him. The rest of the tribunal ring shifted in their seats, Kadrin among them, expression carefully neutral, though his hands worried the edge of a scroll as if they wished to tear it apart. Velka continued, voice smooth. "We have assembled a demonstration to confirm the true scope of the aspirant's gift." Solen tensed. "What kind of demonstration?" One of the other councillors, a robed elder with the calm of a viper, spoke in a honeyed tone. "You will not be sent into the field today. Instead, you will remain here. We have brought subjects." At a gesture, guards escorted a small group of civilians into the opening. Loira's heart squeezed the moment she saw them. 8 people, eyes broad and unfocused, their patterns ragged even at a glance. She could feel the broken cords swirling around them, like glass ready to shatter. "These," Velkor explained, are survivors of the Eastern Breach. Their resonance has been unstable since their trauma. The healers cannot correct it. Mira shifted uncomfortably. You're using them like test dummies. She spat. Velka barely acknowledged her. If your aspirant can stabilize them, the council will have its answer. Loira's throat tightened. These people weren't corrupted monsters or relay failures. They were living, breathing human beings, and the tribunal had lined them up like cattle. Kadrin finally spoke, low but audible. Velka, this is highly irregular. These are civilians. Velka's smile was thin and hard. Irregular times demand irregular measures. Solen exhaled, a tremor in his shoulders. He turned to Loira, eyes searching hers for any spark of confidence. Can you do this? Loira looked at the terrified group, one man wringing his hands until they bled, a woman rocking back and forth with a cracked lullaby on her lips, two children holding each other in terror and swallowed hard. Then she nodded. Solen placed a hand on her shoulder, steady. We stand with you. Loira drew a shaky breath, then touched the still chime, feeling it answer with a quiet, steady note. If she could harmonize soldiers and relays, she could do this. She had to. The tribunal chamber reeked of polished fear, beneath all the gold and incense. The resonance panels along the walls pulsed with a steady blue, meant to calm the crowd, but nothing could mask the jagged cords spiraling off the 8 civilians huddled on the marble floor. Loira stepped forward, heart thundering. The still chime rested like a weight against her collarbone, heavier than any shield. One of the children, a boy perhaps 10 years old, stared straight through her, his eyes unfocused, his lips twitching as if trying to shape a song. The sound that emerged was raw, discordant, barely human. Mira, standing near the squad's defensive line, shifted uneasily. How can you test her on kids? She hissed, but Solen shot her a warning glance. Velka lifted one imperious hand. Proceed, he commanded. Kadrin tried once more to break the chill. This is dangerous, Velka. If these cords break entirely. Velka did not look at him. Then the aspirant will contain them. Loira tried to ignore the swirl of tribunal robes, the clerks scribbling on parchment, the watching nobles who saw her as nothing more than a tool. She closed her eyes, breathing deeply, letting her null field rise from a place somewhere deep inside, a lullaby she'd carried since childhood, soft and gentle. The first wave of calm reached the civilians. At once their broken cords bucked against it, sending a spike of pain through Loira's mind. She gasped, staggering, but found Berun's steadying hand at her back. Easy, Berun murmured. They can't break you. She nodded, shoulders tightening. The cord screamed again as the boy's half-song flared, whipping the chamber with discord. The other civilians followed, one shrieked, another rocked faster, feeding the dissonance into a hateful loop. Loira dug her feet into the marble, letting the still chime resonate a soft, constant note. She began to weave her null field more carefully, threading it between the civilians' patterns instead of trying to smother them outright. The shift worked. The boy's voice caught on a sob, then stilled. The woman beside him stopped rocking and lifted her head, eyes blinking as if seeing sunlight for the first time. Loira's stabilizing field expanded, patient and quiet. Solen watched, barely breathing. Across the tribunal, Velka leaned forward, something close to fascination gleaming behind his cold eyes. Loira signed, slow and gentle, hold together, calm. The chords began to merge, no longer ragged but hesitant, then steady. The panic in the room receded, replaced by something tender and unfamiliar peace. When Loira opened her eyes, the entire chamber seemed to exhale. Kadrin's shoulders slumped in relief. Solen risked a tiny smile. Even Mira's knives had lowered, just slightly. But Velka? Velka only nodded, coldly satisfied. "So," he said to the council, "you see her true power." The quiet in the chamber was as fragile as spun glass. Loira felt it tremble across her skin, the harmonic field she'd woven like a spider's web, stretched thin but whole. The civilians sat in stunned calm, breathing evenly for the first time since they'd been brought in. One of the children wiped tears from her eyes, then clutched the hand of a woman who might have been her mother. For a moment, Loira thought she'd done it, really done it. Then a ripple pulsed through the resonance panels on the chamber's walls, so subtle she might have missed it if not for the way the chords faltered across her field. Loira turned sharply, eyes searching the dais. Velka's hand rested on a hidden relay, his fingers brushing a copper key set. A chill raced through her. Velka activated the panel, and a fresh harmonic distortion flooded the room, raw, brutal, meant to break what she'd stabilized. The civilians flinched as the chords around them spiked. One man fell sideways with a choked sob. The boy's song returned, high and keening, slicing through Loira's calm like a blade. Mira took a half step forward, knives drawn, but Barun blocked her with a hard look. Loira felt her knees weaken as the disharmony crashed against her field, trying to unspool it. Her breath stuttered, panic nipping at the edges of her mind. Why would Velka do this? The answer was immediate, because he wanted to see her limits. Solen's voice was ragged. "Loira, can you hold?" She met his eyes and nodded once, though her heart felt like it might burst. Loira grounded her feet, letting the still chime ring in a slow, stabilizing note. She pushed the null field deeper, refusing to allow the new wave of distortion to scatter the fragile patterns she'd rebuilt. One by one, she refocused on the civilians. The boy first, catching his thread of panic and softening it until his wailing cut off in a shaky gasp. The woman next, whose pattern nearly tore apart under Velka's pulse. Loira wrapped her field around her, mending the fractures with a steady, rhythmic calm. The field inside her grew thin, so thin she thought it might tear her apart, too, but she refused to stop. Velka watched with a clinical, hungry gleam. Kadrin finally slammed a hand against the marble railing. "Enough!" he barked, voice cracking. "You will kill them!" Velka did not flinch, eyes locked on Loira. Solen stood, rage boiling in every line of his body. "Call it off!" But Loira didn't wait for permission. She let the still chime pulse a harmonic resonance so pure it rang through the entire chamber, a note that felt older than anything she had ever known. The null field surged, folding in every shred of disharmony and quieting it in a single breath. The distortion died. The civilians stilled. The boy reached for her hand, eyes clearing. Silence claimed the tribunal. Loira lowered her arm, breathing ragged, heart pounding. Velka exhaled slowly, like a satisfied predator. "That," he said, "is what we needed to see." The echoes of Loira's final note still rang in the chamber, impossible to silence entirely, no matter how the tribunal's resonance panels tried to smother it. The civilians were calm, truly calm for the first time. Their patterns smoothed, no sign of fracture or panic left. A hush fell across the polished marble, so deep it made every shallow breath feel like a crime. Loira stood trembling, the still chime cold against her skin, her legs moments from giving out. Kadrin stepped down from the dais, breaking ranks with the tribunal, and knelt in front of one of the children, checking her pulse with a healer's care. Relief flooded his face. "They're stable," he said, voice unsteady. The other councillors murmured among themselves, half in awe, half in suspicion. Velka, however, showed no hint of awe, only a predator's certainty. He rose, hands folded behind his back, and swept a measured gaze across the 13th. "This demonstration," he began, voice ringing clear as a blade's edge, "proves the aspirant's abilities beyond doubt. Her harmonic field is powerful enough to stabilize even the most severe cognitive ruptures. Her utility to the choir is beyond measure." Solen stepped forward, fists clenched. "She is not a tool to be locked away." He snapped. Velker arched an eyebrow. "She is not a knight, Captain, and the tribunal's decision stands." Cadrin turned to him, voice low but resolute. "You cannot take her from the 13th. You'd break their entire pattern." Velker showed the faintest sliver of a smile. "A risk the Council is willing to take." Mira hissed, stepping protectively in front of Loira. "You'll have to pry her from us." The tribunal's robed elders shifted uncomfortably, clearly unwilling to see a brawl in the heart of their chamber. Loira swallowed, forcing herself upright. She met Velker's eyes and signed, with small, tired motions, "Stand together." Velker's mouth tightened. "If you wish to stand together, then understand this. Your squad will be placed under full tribunal observation from this moment forward. Any further missions will be overseen directly." Barun growled, but Solen placed a calming hand on his shoulder. Cadrin took a slow breath. Better that than pulling her apart. Velker inclined his head, gracious in a cold, polished way. "Very well." A line had been drawn. The civilians were led away, calm but distant, their minds healed, yet somehow hollow. Loira could feel it, a faint emptiness where terror had been carved out and replaced with stillness. She exhaled, her arms lowering. The squad gathered around her, close enough to feel like a shield. Solen looked down at her, eyes rough and tired. "You did everything right," he said quietly. Loira signed, just barely above a whisper of motion. Safe. Above them, the resonance lanterns pulsed, unsure whether to be bright or dim. Velker watched the whole scene, gaze calculating, already plotting his next move. The steady beat of the crucible's upper halls felt wrong, out of rhythm, as the 13th trudged back toward their barracks. The resonance lanterns seemed to hold their light away from them, as if even the walls refused to look them in the eye. Loira walked with her shoulders rounded, the still chime warm against her collarbone. Every step felt like a distant echo, far from her body. The memories, as reflected in the boy's tear-filled eyes, the woman's empty smile, and the hollow chords she had smoothed, all of it pulsed through her mind like a haunting melody. Barun slammed his shield down hard as soon as they crossed the barracks threshold. "They want to own her," he growled, voice low but sharp. "Not protect her. Own her." Mira kicked a boot against a bench leg. "Like a trained hound." She spat. "A perfect little pet they can show off." Loira flinched. Sivan tried to interject. "She did save them, Mira. You saw it." "That doesn't mean they have the right to rip her away from us." Mira shot back. Jiraen stood in the corner, silent. His hammer leaned against the wall, untouched, as he watched the others argue with eyes that seemed to see straight through them. Loira slipped to the back of the barracks, sinking against the cold stone. She pulled her knees to her chest, breathing slowly, trying to remind herself that those civilians were alive. Alive was better than broken, even if it felt wrong. Solen came in last, shoulders weighed down as though he'd been forced to carry the entire chamber on his back. He set his blade carefully near the weapon rack, then turned to the squad. "We hold together," he said, voice barely holding. "No matter what they want." Baron scoffed. "Easy to say, Captain, when they hold all the strings." Solen's face tightened, as if Berun's words had struck deeper than he'd admit. Loira looked up at him, catching his eyes, and signed with trembling fingers, safe trust together. He tried to smile, but it never reached his eyes. "Rest," he told them all. We'll deal with the next mission tomorrow." Mira stormed out toward the courtyard, blade still ringing faintly at her sides. Berun followed, muttering darkly. Kevin checked on Loira, gently placing a supportive hand on her shoulder before heading off to secure the barracks door. Only Jerayan remained, unmoving in the corner. Loira glanced at him, but he turned away, wordless. A tension wound so tight around him, it felt like it might snap. The silence left behind was colder than any winter wind. The next morning, the barracks felt too quiet. Even the resonance lanterns seemed to hush themselves, as if afraid to disturb the squad's fraying cords. Loira sat cross-legged on her bunk, carefully rewrapping the copper cord around her wrist. The wires had twisted the night before, an anxious habit she couldn't stop. Every time she touched them, she remembered the echo of those civilians in the tribunal hall, soothed, yes, but hollow in a way that still ached. Footsteps approached, heavy and sure. Haldrin ducked through the arch first, armor polished, the authority of a lifetime of command in every line of his posture. Cadrin followed, robes swirling around his boots, the hem stained with crucible dust. His face looked pinched, eyes tired, carrying that same hard edge he never quite set aside. Solen rose from the weapon rack, stiff. "Marshal Haldrin, Cadrin." Haldrin gave him a crisp nod. "Captain." Cadrin waved off any bow, irritation sparking. "Save the ceremony. We have no time for it." Berun crossed his arms, eyes wary. "What now?" Haldrin sighed, voice like granite. "The tribunal is assembling a formal hearing. They want to debate Loira's placement again." Cadrin stepped forward, sharper. "They'll push for a reassignment. Velkor is leading the charge. He wants the girl boxed and caged, and no amount of choir protocol will hold him back." Loira's pulse jumped at that. The still chime trembled faintly against her heart. Solen clenched a fist. "She is not a weapon." Cadrin's gaze snapped to him, brittle with old frustration. "You keep saying that, Solen, but you cannot pretend she is ordinary. You have no idea what it looks like from the outside. Your company bending rules, breaking patterns, carrying the most powerful resonance field any of us has seen." Haldrin held up a calming hand. "Cadrin, enough. The 13th has proven they stand with her. That is worth defending." Cadrin grimaced, but softened a fraction. "I'm not blind, Marshal. She did something miraculous. But you have to see how dangerous that is to the Council's grip." Mira snapped from across the benches, steel flashing as she cleaned a blade. "They're blind fools. She's alive because of us." Cadrin half smirked, half grimaced. "And that, Mira, is why they'll keep testing her until she breaks." Haldrin stepped forward, addressing Solen squarely. "You will have one chance. The tribunal will hear your argument tomorrow, but they will test you again if you fail. Know that." Cadrin shifted, eyes flicking to Loira. There was resentment still in his voice, the echo of old rivalries, but also a reluctant respect. "I may think your company is reckless, Captain," he said, "but she deserves better than Velkor's prison. I'll stand with you on that." Loira blinked, startled by the honesty in him, then slowly signed, "Why /help?" Cadrin sighed, an edge of pain beneath the exhaustion. "Because sometimes doing what's right feels worse than doing nothing, but it's still right." Haldrin nodded. "We'll back your case, Solen," he promised, firm as stone. "The 13th will hold." Solen breathed in, rough, tired but grateful. "Thank you," he said, voice low. Cadrin stepped away toward the arch, pausing one last moment. "Be ready," he warned. "They will not let you keep her without a fight." Loira touched the still chime, feeling its steady, faithful thrum, and forced herself to breathe. If they wanted a perfect chord, she would find a way to give it to them on her terms. The tribunal chamber felt like standing inside a giant tuning fork, every word ready to echo. Loira stood behind Solen, her hands around the still chime, the copper warm against her anxious skin. Velko took his place at the center of the tribunal ring, his black and gold cloak perfectly arranged, his eyes gleaming with cold satisfaction. To Velko's left sat Cadrin, fingers tapping on a scroll with restless energy. His jaw was set, lines of frustration etched deep. Huldrin stood farther back, arms crossed over his armored chest, presence as steady as a stone. A herald's voice rang out. "Captain Solen Vire, Knight Aspirant Loira, step forward." Solen stepped up, shoulders squared but tight with dread. Loira matched his step, breathing through the fear. Velko's voice cut through the hall like a knife. "Captain Vire, you have been granted the chance to justify retaining this stabilizing element within your company." Solen bristled. "She is not an element. She is a knight aspirant." Velko's lips twitched, almost a smile. "Aspirant, yes. But an unprecedented power, Captain. One is too dangerous to leave with a single unit." Cadrin spoke next, voice flat but not cruel. "Your record is impressive, Captain, but also reckless. There is no proven structure around this squad's methods." His gaze shifted to Loira, something softer in his expression. "She deserves protection, but you have to admit you are not typical." Solen's mouth tightened. "We are exactly what she needs." Cadrin sighed, old jealousy and frustration simmering. "I want to believe that," he admitted, "but you leave too many scars behind." Huldrin stepped forward then, a note of command behind his calm. "The 13th Voice was authorized by my hand. I will stand behind its right to train and protect Loira. No one is more qualified." Velko spread his hands in a mock gesture of graciousness. "Then demonstrate it, Marshal Huldrin. Tomorrow, the lower trade quarter will be placed under observation. A living harmonic stress test." Cadrin flinched. "Thousands of voices? You're not serious." Velko's cold smile never reached his eyes. "Completely serious. If the aspirant can hold the pattern in that chaos, she stays. If not, she is reassigned. Final." Huldrin scowled. "That is a civilian zone, Velko." Velko nodded. "Precisely. And those civilians deserve protection as much as any choir knight." Cadrin's mouth twisted with distaste, but he spoke up anyway. "Loira's gifts are incredible, but she is still a girl. A girl you keep pushing past the edge." Velko ignored him, turning to Solen. "Do you accept the terms?" Solen clenched a fist so tightly it trembled. "We will answer," he said, voice rough. Velko inclined his head, then dismissed them with a gesture like flicking away a fly. "Dawn tomorrow. Be ready." Cadrin looked at Loira as they turned to leave, eyes heavy, torn between respect and old bitterness. "I don't envy you," he murmured, "but I'll help if you ask." Loira blinked, surprised, then nodded, signing softly. "Thanks." Cadrin offered a tiny, honest nod before turning away. Huldrin stepped beside Solen, a firm weight. "You will not stand alone," he promised, then followed them out, the tribunal's cold light fading behind them. The night before the tribunal's mission felt like waiting for a blade to fall. Loira sat in the courtyard long after the rest of the squad had retreated to their bunks. The old lattice conduit above her head pulsed a faint glow, soft blues and golds winding through its glass like distant stars. For once, its song felt calm, almost comforting. She traced the still chime along her palm, breathing in slow, steady patterns, trying to remember each civilian's face from the tribunal hall, that hollow stillness she had left them with, and promising herself she would do better this time. Footsteps approached. Solen stepped out into the courtyard, arms folded across his chest. He looked older than he had yesterday, every line of worry etched deep. "You should be resting," he told her. Loira looked up, signing gently. "Can't sleep," he sighed, dropping to sit beside her on the bench. For a moment, neither of them spoke, listening to the night. "I keep thinking," Solen began, voice low, "that maybe I'm not the right leader for you." Loira's hands froze around the chime. She tilted her head, signing, "Safe together." Solen laughed, but the sound was hollow. "I'm trying," he admitted, "but every time I see them testing you, every time they call you a weapon, I wonder if I'm the reason they see you that way." Loira shook her head hard, signing more insistently, "Not you." Solen rubbed a hand over his face, shoulders slumping. "I want to believe that." They fell quiet again, the breeze moving around them like a cautious friend. Loira gathered the courage to reach for his sleeve, holding it lightly, trying to ground him the same way she grounded Resonance. Solen looked at her, tired but grateful, and managed a weak smile. "We'll face them tomorrow," he said. "One more time." Loira nodded, signing, "Together." A shadow moved at the courtyard's arch. Geraint lingered, unseen, until he stepped into the faint lattice glow, hammer resting on his shoulder, his eyes heavy with something almost like pity, and something darker underneath. Solen spotted him and nodded. "Geraint?" he greeted. Geraint didn't answer. His gaze drifted over Loira and back to Solen, unreadable. Then he turned and walked away, boots echoing against the old stone. Loira shivered. Solen exhaled slowly. "He's been distant," he murmured. Loira signed carefully. Hurt, afraid. Solen nodded, eyes closing for a moment. "Maybe," he said, but there was doubt in every syllable. They sat in silence a while longer, the lattice's steady hum the only comfort between them, until Loira finally stood, bracing herself. Tomorrow they would prove everything or lose it all. 24வது. Dawn had barely touched the Crucible's high spires when the summons came. Loira stood with the rest of the 13th in the courtyard, the air sharp enough to sting her lungs. She clutched the still chime, letting its subtle thrum soothe the deep tremor in her hands. Solen faced them, scroll in one fist, jaw locked. The tribunal's wax seal was still drying, crimson and merciless. "They've ordered us to the lower trade quarter," he announced, voice steady but thin. The lattice showed harmonic anomaly spikes overnight, too many for random stress, not enough for a confirmed breach. Berun frowned. "So, might be a breach, might not." Solen exhaled, eyes hard. "The council is gambling. They refused evacuation because they didn't want to incite a riot in the trade quarter. Too many merchants, too much coin." Mira spat on the flagstones. "Or they don't care who gets trampled." Seven's calm voice carried over the grumbling. "If the lattice is that close to failing, the council should have cleared it anyway." Solen hesitated, a dark edge in his eyes. Kadrin believes Velka blocked the order, claims it would complicate their demonstration. Loira felt a cold spike run down her spine. They wanted the quarter full when the breach came. She signed, hesitant. Why? Solen read her hands and shook his head. Because if you can calm a crowd that size and hold a stabilizing field, there will be no argument left about your power. Loira looked away, heart pounding. Thousands of people. So many patterns, so much fear. Haldren approached from the barracks arch, the weight of his decorated armor pressing authority into every step. Captain, he said firmly, nodding at Solen. The trade quarter is a dangerous place on a good day. If a breach triggers, you'll have no clean lines. That is their point. Solen's mouth tightened. They want to break us. Haldren gave a grim nod. Or force you to show them something impossible. Loira swallowed hard, pressing the still chime against her collarbone, trying to feel its familiar hum. Haldren put a heavy hand on Solen's shoulder. You will keep her alive. Bring the other squads if you must. He said, quiet but commanding. You understand? Solen nodded once. We do. Baron thumped his shield, grim. We'll get it done. Mira's knives gleamed at her belt, restless. If the council wants a show, I'll give them one. Gevan moved closer to Loira, offering a calm steadiness. We'll shield you. Don't worry about us. Irie's owl, perched on a broken post, gave a single muted hoot, its eyes trained on Loira as if in silent encouragement. She nodded, trying to gather the tangled threads of her courage. If this were their test, then she would stand for them all, even if it tore her apart. The lower trade quarter looked almost normal from a distance. Vendors setting out wares, steam rising from food carts, children darting between merchants in the half-light. But the resonance was wrong. Even Loira could taste it, a bitter, metallic edge crawling through the street's harmonics like a sickness. The 13th advanced in formation, Solen at point, their boots ringing out over the stones. Ahead, 2 other squads from their company were already holding choke points, their sergeants bellowing orders. Senior Knight Tellen, a stocky, deep-voiced fighter, nodded to Solen. Captain, good timing, he called. We locked down the North Avenue, but the lattice is whining like a broken harp. Solen nodded tightly. Have any civilians moved yet? Tellen grimaced. No council evacuation. They're too scared to lose the tax revenue. Loira felt sick. Further along the market lanes, another squad was helping set up shield lines to funnel people away from the most fragile relay. The squad's sergeant, Harven, looked their way. Captain, you've got eyes on the relay corps? Yes, Solen confirmed. You hold your position. If it goes, pull your people out. Harven shook his head, resigned. If it goes, we'll all be dust anyway. Loira tried not to let that thought root in her bones. They advanced deeper, the market's pulse growing more chaotic. The discord among the crowd nearly blinded her, with so many voices and colliding rhythms, too fast to untangle. Solen paused near a fountain, studying the relay node embedded in the tower above. Its crystal veins sparked red, guttering like a dying candle. 7, shield a perimeter, Solen ordered. Sevan nodded, pulling his harmony field tight around the immediate area. We'll need more than one ring, he warned. If this breaches, you're going to get panic in every direction. Loira looked over at the other squads. They had their shield specialists, but none as finely tuned as Sivan. Their patterns already quivered, waiting for her guidance. Solen caught her eye. Loira, he said gently, can you reach them? All of them? She hesitated, feeling the crowd's dissonance swirl in her mind like 1,000 tiny knives. Then she nodded, breathing deep, letting the still chime anchor her. She stepped forward, opened her null field, and let it spread outward. Slowly, patiently, she wove calm through the squads, not forcing them into her rhythm, but smoothing the edges so they could find their own. One of Harven's soldiers blinked in shock. Is she harmonizing us? Loira kept steady, sending a stabilizing note toward the civilians as well. Their fear dulled just a fraction, giving the knights a chance to shepherd them out of the worst crush. Mira stood at Loira's flank, blades ready. "We've got you," she promised. The Hollowborn hadn't arrived yet, but its echo was coming. Loira could feel it in the failing lattice, in the sharp cracks at the edge of the relay's song. A breeze shifted through the trade quarter, carrying the smell of spice, sweat, and panic. Solen gave one last look at his people, his entire company, and knew this was the real test. Not whether they could hold, but whether they could stay whole long enough to save anyone at all. The first note of the breach was so sharp, it seemed to slice the air itself. Loira felt it before she heard it, a ragged cord ripping through the lattice, snapping every harmonic she'd tried to build. Civilians who had been walking calmly a moment before staggered, hands to their ears, their voices rising in a sudden collective wail. The relay tower above the fountain flared red, then went dark. A cold hush swept through the plaza. Then the Hollowborn arrived. It erupted from the shattered relay core in a burst of jagged resonance, its shape refusing to hold, shifting and warping as its edges tore the air around it. It shrieked, a sound so discordant that Loira almost dropped to her knees. Civilians screamed and bolted, crashing into each other. The shield lines the other squads had formed nearly buckled under the crush. Solen shouted, "Anchor the perimeter!" Baron stepped forward, shield hammering the ground with a resounding harmonic thud, drawing the Hollowborn's attention away from the civilians. Tarn followed, greatsword flowing in a flowing arc, ready to intercept. Seven's resonant shield fought to keep the terrified civilians from breaking entirely. Mira darted between their lines, striking down a cultist who had tried to draw a corrupted blade in the panic. Harvan's squad fell into a defensive wedge, their voices cracking as they tried to maintain their cords. Loira reached for the patterns around her, desperate to hold them together. The panic was a hurricane, fueling the Hollowborn and giving it strength. She pushed her null field outward, weaving it through Baron's anchors, Kavan's shields, and Mira's dancing blades, trying to tie them all to a single, stabilizing cord. The Hollowborn roared, its voice mimicking Solen's rally cadence in a twisted echo that made half the civilians freeze in horror. Solen's mouth opened, but no orders came. He froze. Loira's heart dropped. Jerayan, seeing Solen paralyzed, stepped forward with his hammer raised, rage blazing in his eyes. "Follow me!" he bellowed, breaking the spell of the creature's voice. The squad moved, rallying on Jerayan's raw defiance. Loira latched on to that moment, expanding her harmonizing field until she felt like she might tear apart, weaving the squads, the civilians, even Jerayan's desperate courage into one fragile pattern. Baron slammed his shield into the Hollowborn's outstretched limb, sending a counter-harmonic through it. Tarn followed, his great sword carving through the twisted resonance anchors that held the monster together. Mira dashed through a blind spot, severing the glyphs a cultist had been trying to draw into the street. Eerie stood atop a wagon, arrows guided by her owl, striking points of corrupted resonance with inhuman precision. Loira held on. Every beat felt like a blade, her heart a metronome that refused to fail. The Hollowborn wavered, its shape buckling. "Now!" Jerayan roared, and the 13th every squad, every fighter answered as one. Their harmonies crashed through the creature, breaking its chords, shattering the corrupted song into nothing. It collapsed with a sound like glass cracking, then turned to harmless echoing dust. Silence. For a breathless moment, no one moved. Then the crowd's sobs started, and the civilians began to surge toward safety, herded by knights who had barely survived themselves. Loira felt her knees give way. Mira caught her before she fell, pulling her close. "You did it," Mira whispered. But Loira was already shaking her head, because even through the calm, she could feel new fractures blossoming all across the crucible's lattice, smaller, weaker, but many. The next wave was coming. The plaza smelled of burned copper and fear. Knights moved among the wounded, helping civilians to their feet, checking for the worst injuries. Children clung to stained tunics, the sharp scent of panic still clinging to their hair. Loira stood in the wreckage of the relay tower, her knees quivering, the still chime silent against her chest. Her field felt ragged, hollow, like a song cut off mid-measure. The tribunal delegation arrived moments later, stepping down from their high tower on polished shoes that never saw actual dirt. Velko led them, his cloak untouched by the soot, his expression carved from stone. Cadrin followed, robes torn at one hem, his eyes hard and haunted. Haldrin was there as well, armor scorched from rallying another sector of the trade quarter. Velko surveyed the ruin without emotion. "Impressive," he pronounced, voice echoing in the silence. "The trade quarter is standing." Loira didn't answer. She had nothing left to give him. Solen tried to lift his head. "We held," he managed, though the words felt as weak as he looked. Velko barely turned toward him. "You froze," he noted, coldly precise. "The creature used your resonance against you." Solen flinched, no protest on his lips. Baron stepped closer, bristling. "He was still fighting!" Velko ignored him. "The girl," he went on, gaze spearing into Loira, "managed what no choir night in 100 years has managed. An entire civilian district harmonized under one field." Mira spat on the ground. "She's not a tool." Velko's lip twitched, the closest thing he had to a smile. "No, she's a necessity." Cadrin's voice cut through, sharp. "You will not take her, Velko." Velko turned, slow and measured. "Cadrin, the city is collapsing. If she stays with this company, you risk losing her and everything she can do." Haldrin stepped forward, voice as iron. "She will stay with the 13th. We can keep her alive." Velko's eyes glittered like broken glass. "We will discuss that. Soon." A sound rippled through the air, a faint, awful resonance that made Loira's teeth ache. She felt it before anyone else, the lattice fracturing somewhere far beyond the trade quarter, a ragged harmonic tearing loose. Cadrin heard it a heartbeat later. What was that? Loira shook, the terror clawing up her spine. "Another breach," she whispered. "Farther. Bigger." Velko closed his eyes, exhaling as if this was precisely what he had planned. The air shifted again, the distant chime of another relay failing, then another, each one crumbling like dominoes. Haldrin looked to Solen, eyes grave. "It's begun." Jeren stood silent, hammer in hand, staring out across the rooftops where flames had begun to rise. Loira tried to brace herself, but her legs were leaden. She forced a final sign, barely above a shiver. Together, fight again. Solen nodded, though doubt still clouded his face. Velko turned away, already issuing orders to a clerk. "Ready the choir," he commanded, calm as a hanging judge. "This city will burn, or be remade." They heard the city break before they saw it. Loira felt it, 1,000 chords screaming in unison as resonance towers began to collapse, their stabilizing patterns shearing apart. One after another, like candles snuffed in a hurricane. The first breach roared through the western quarter. Its note was so violent that it made her vision blur. Another shattered open along the river walls, then 3 more near the eastern granaries. Bells began to toll across the crucible, each one off rhythm, discordant, a death knell for a city too large to shield. Solen stood in the center of their formation, trying to hear the reports streaming through the relay crystal on his wrist. The voices overlapped, panicked, breaking. "Fifth silence falling at the cathedral. Seventh verse cannot hold the council ring. First, refrain from requesting reinforcement at the gardens." His eyes went wild, flicking from one name to the next. Send what you can. Hold the no, pull back, pull!" He froze, voice cracking, the orders lost in his throat. Loira reached for him, but the air split around them as a holoborn erupted through a resonance fissure, barely 20 paces away. It slammed into a row of market stalls, its shriek grinding into the minds of everyone nearby. Civilians, who had been running in loose formation, scattered like startled birds. Berun bellowed, rallying the shield lines. "Hold!" Mira leapt past him, twin blades cutting into the holoborn's flickering limbs before they could settle into solid form. Tarn followed, Resonant singing through his greatsword as he tore the creature's cord anchors apart. Erie's owl swooped overhead, marking weak points with perfect harmonic tags so Erie's arrows could find the heart of corrupted resonance. Loira drew a sharp breath, forcing her null field out through the madness. She felt it latch onto the squad, slowing their fear and smoothing the patterns, weaving them into something sharp and flawless. They struck together, a living chord, a rhythm so perfect it made the holoborn shudder. Civilians behind them found the courage to run instead of freeze. Another shockwave hit, this one rolling through the very foundation of the crucible. Loira felt resonance relays buckling miles away, dropping like dominoes. There were too many. She couldn't stop them all. Solen tried to shout, voice breaking. "Form second rank, protect the—" The relay crystal on his wrist spat out static, then fell silent. Too many calls, too much panic. The entire lattice saturated. He dropped to one knee, clutching his head, voice gone. Loira felt tears sting her eyes as she looked at him. The man who had saved her, lifted her, and held her steady now, as she was unraveling under pressure. Jiraean stepped forward, hammer raised, voice iron. "Captain, look at me!" Solen's eyes lifted, dazed, lost. Jiraean gritted his teeth. "We are still the 13th. Focus." Solen drew in a ragged breath, trying to rise. All around them, the city burned. Towers fell. Choir knights screamed, rally horns lost in the rising tide of fear. Loira steadied the squad, pushing every ounce of her null field into them, holding their pattern firm. Her heartbeat felt like it might split her ribs, but she refused to let it break. She could not save everyone, but she could save them. Another breach opened, and now a second holoborn stepped through, this one massive, its resonance already devouring the music of the street itself. Loira set her jaw. "Together," she told herself. "We hold." And the 13th surged forward, a perfect chord crashing into a world gone to chaos. The crucible's walls bled resonance. Loira could feel it in every breath, the city's song twisting into a wail. Where the lattice had once hummed smooth and firm, it now screeched like a dying beast. The air itself seemed to splinter around them, carrying harmonics that should never exist. Solen staggered as another shockwave rattled through the plaza, the relay crystals on the walls flaring, and then going dark. Civilians choked on smoke and fear, some weeping, some stumbling into half-collapsed archways as the earth shook again. In the distance, a section of the north ramparts collapsed in a roar of shattered stone and fractured cords. Squad signals buzzed across Solen's bracer, crackling, frantic. 11th line is gone, they're gone! Second echo overrun near the western spires. We can't hold them. Captain, we can't hold... He tried to answer, voice raw. Hold your pattern, we... But the signal died in a screech of feedback. Loira's heart clenched. She could feel Solen's resonance unraveling, fear slipping through him no matter how hard he fought. Beren slammed his shield into the stone to anchor a protective cord around a knot of terrified civilians. "Loira!" he roared. "Center us!" She nodded, barely able to stand. Her field was raw and brittle, each pulse of null harmony scraping across her mind like broken glass. But she pushed forward anyway, reaching for Berun's defensive cord, Mira's swift, cutting edge, Tarn's brute rhythm, and Seven's harmonies, and bound them, held them, sang them together. The 13th surged, unstoppable, cutting through Hollowborn that clawed at the edges of their formation. Mira's blades shimmered in a perfect flowing pattern, slicing corrupted cords before they could settle. Tarn's great sword shattered a Hollowborn's spine of twisted resonance, the blow ringing like a funeral bell. Kevin knelt beside a screaming child, throwing a stabilizing shield around them that pulsed with golden harmonic light. Irie's arrows sang through the air, guided by her owl, each shot finding corrupted weaknesses no one else could see. Loira felt herself fracture. Too many people, too much terror, the entire city crying out to her at once. She could hear the other company's dozen broken signals, choir knights begging for stabilizers, for support, for anything. She couldn't help them. Solen tried to push forward, voice ragged. "To the relay tower." Weaken. Another Hollowborn, tall as a city gate, stepped from a fresh breach and screamed, its voice echoing his commands back at him, twisted and cruel. Solen froze, eyes wide. Juraean moved without hesitation, slamming his hammer into the monster's chest, fracturing its resonance before it could anchor fully. "Wake up!" he shouted at Solen, rage and heartbreak wrapped into a single word. Solen blinked, tears mixing with soot on his face. "Jaren!" Jaren turned away, disgust flashing in his eyes. Loira felt the cord holding them strained to the breaking point. The Hollowborn lunged again, but Beren caught its claws on his shield and forced it back, planting a stabilizing rhythm into the earth. Tarn finished it, greatsword a perfect note of finality. Loira wove her null field through them, barely keeping it intact, her vision swimming. Another breach opened near the grain towers, another near the river gates. Too many, she thought. I can't... But she refused to collapse. The squad moved forward again, Loira's battered harmony wrapping them tight, even as the crucible itself seemed to scream for mercy. Smoke clawed through the alleys, thick as a funeral shroud. The squad had driven back 3 Hollowborn in as many minutes, but every time they felled one, another stepped through a new breach. Loira's null field was threadbare, ragged. She could feel herself unraveling. Too many broken cords to hold. Too much pain echoing through the lattice. Juraean fought ahead of the formation, hammer blazing with harmonic counterchords. He was perfect, unstoppable, each swing breaking monsters like rotten pottery. But his eyes burned with something more profound, something dark. They reached the old Senate steps, where another resonance tower cracked and failed with a sound like a dying bell. Malrin stood at the top of those broken marble stairs, robes trailing ash, surrounded by cultists in ragged black. His hands glowed with a corrupted song, steady and patient. Loira's breath caught. Juraean saw him, and, for a heartbeat, rage bloomed bright enough to burn. He charged, hammer lifted, screaming, "Traitor!" Malrin did not flinch. The cultists parted, their twisted cords falling away like dry leaves, as if they feared to stand in Malrin's path. Juraean reached the top of the stairs, hammer raised for a killing blow. Malrin watched him, calm. "Strike," he invited, voice smooth as a hymn. "End me." Jaren hesitated, breath tearing through his throat. Malrin smiled. "You cannot. You know why." Jaren's arms trembled. Loira felt it through the fading field, that moment of perfect fracture, the moment a single thread of pain unmade him. "You want to protect him," Malrin went on, voice steady. "But you cannot under his command. He will fail. He has failed. Jeren's grip weakened. Malren opened a hand toward him, the cultists bowing their heads behind him like an unholy choir. "Come," he said softly. "Protect him in the only way left. Please stand with me. Stand for what must survive." Jeren's hammer lowered an inch, then another. Loira reached, desperate, signing through tears. "No, stay." But Jeren did not look at her. His shoulders sagged, and he let the hammer drop to the ground, its impact lost under the thunder of a distant collapsing tower. Malren stepped forward, laying a hand on Jeren's shoulder like a benediction. "Welcome," he whispered. Jeren did not speak. He only turned, walking with Malren into the darkness, leaving Loira's pattern to unravel behind him. The night roared around them. Breaches bloomed like infected wounds, each one spitting hollowborn into alleys, through gates, even inside temples. Whole choir companies fell back in panicked, ragged formations, their resonance too fractured to regroup. Loira held her squad together by sheer force of will, the null field pounding through her skull like a war drum. She could hardly see through the tears, but she kept weaving breath by breath, heartbeat by heartbeat. The 13th fought like a blade on fire. Barun's shield locked them against a new wave of twisted monsters, Mira's blades carving impossible arcs through corrupted chords. Tarn shattered an entire harmonic anchor line with a single, perfect greatsword stroke. Iri stood on a broken parapet, arrows singing, guided by her owl's bright, unflinching eyes. Sivan threw resonant shields wherever Loira's pattern wavered, reinforcing the gaps. But it was crumbling. Solen tried to rally them, his voice ragged, his lungs raw, his orders half-formed and swallowed by the screams around him. Loira saw him, a man made of courage and hope, now breaking, piece by piece, every failure cutting him deeper. She tried to reach for him, to lend him a stabilizing pulse, but there was nothing left in her. A fresh breach opened near the council ring, massive, its echo devouring everything in its path. The lattice itself buckled, resonance towers failing one after the other like a row of shattered bones. The city howled. Loira forced herself to stand, breathing blood and fear. The squad gathered around her, their eyes wide, their patterns fraying but refusing to break. And then, a final shockwave ripped through the entire crucible, so powerful it silenced every bell, every horn, every scream. Loira's null field blinked out. The 13th reeled. Solen's eyes locked on hers, wordless, and she could see the question there. "Can we stand?" But before she could answer, the night swallowed them whole. Interlude. Dissonance, the Choir of Ash, 2. Jeren had never felt so alone, even with the city screaming around him. He stood on the broken marble steps of the old Senate Tower, his hammer stained and heavy in his grip. Far below, the crucible burned. A living cathedral turned to a funeral pyre. The lattice shrieked as it failed, chords warping and snapping, resonance twisting itself into ugly, violent shapes. Malren stepped up beside him, robes scorched but unbowed. The cultists behind him moved like dark echoes, their presence a silent, terrifying choir. They watched the hollowborn stalk through the ruins, methodical as wolves. "You see it now," Malren murmured, voice disturbingly calm. "How harmony fails, how quickly it shatters when tested." Jeren said nothing. His knuckles were white around the hammer's haft. Malren went on. "The crucible was never built to withstand this. It is a lie, Jeren. A lie they made you uphold, generation after generation. They called it a choir, but it was a cage." Jeren's chest ached. He thought of Solen's voice breaking, the way his captain's courage had cracked under the strain. He thought of Loira, exhausted and fragile, forced to hold them all when no one else could. He whispered, "There must be a way to save them." Malrin smiled, cold and patient. "To save them, you must break them. Only then can you rebuild." Jeren shivered, but the words stuck inside him like hooks. Below them, another relay tower failed with a sound like a soul screaming. Malrin lifted his hand, gesturing to the Hollowborn as they moved through the flame-lit streets. "They are not monsters," he said. "They are the answer. Unbound, unchained, perfectly free." Jeren's stomach twisted. Malrin stepped closer, voice almost gentle. "You have a place in this, Jeren. You were chosen for a purpose, something greater than you ever imagined." Jeren swallowed hard. "What purpose?" Malrin's eyes glittered in the firelight. "When the time comes," he said softly, "you will know. You will become what you must, and in that moment you will save us all." Jeren could not look at him. He stared instead at the dying city, the walls crumbling, the towers falling. The crucible, his home, was reduced to ashes. Malrin let the silence linger, then spoke again. "The unstringing begins soon," he promised. "No lattice, no choir, no cage, only truth." Jeren tightened his grip on the hammer until it hurt. Malrin placed a hand on his shoulder, the gesture almost fatherly. "When the choir is dust," he said, "we will write a new song together." Jeren closed his eyes, the weight of the city pressing on him until he could barely breathe. He did not run. Harmony, the quiet between. There was no sound at first. Loira floated in a place beyond resonance, beyond chord, beyond fear. Just quiet. She felt as if the world had been stripped of every note, leaving only a hush so vast it might swallow her whole. She tried to breathe, but the air here was different, soft, patient, as though waiting for her to choose her rhythm. A shape took form in the nothingness. A memory, fragile as glass. Her mother's face, worn by years, kind eyes full of a strength no song could break. Her lips moved in silence, repeating something Loira could only half hear. She leaned closer, desperate, needing that comfort. The whisper finally reached her. "Be still. You are more than their song." Loira wanted to answer, but her throat would not work. Images bloomed behind her eyes. The squad, burned and battered, Berun's shield cracking under Hollowborn claws, Mira's knives dripping black resonance, Tarn's sword singing its final note. And Solen, his voice breaking, lost, small. Loira reached for them, but the dream pulled her back, refusing to let her drown in terror. Her mother's hands were there, guiding, cradling, wrapping her in warmth like a lullaby. "You were born to stand alone," the memory told her. "But you were never meant to be alone." The words hummed through her, steady, true. She felt the broken patterns of the crucible pressing at the edge of this quiet space, ragged and torn, pleading for her to hold them one more time. She wanted to help. Even here, she could not stop wanting to help. "When you wake," her mother whispered, "you will remember that the strongest song is the one sung together." Loira's eyes opened, blinking against tears she did not know she still had. She was alone, lying on stone, her hands shaking. But somewhere out there, the squad still needed her. The city still needed her. And she would not break. Harmony. The bridge. 5. Tamek moved through the burning corridor with perfect calm. Beyond the reinforced glass, the bridge howled its protest. 1,000 harmonic relays sparked and twisted as the lattice tore itself apart. Shadows of broken resonance crept through the shattered hall, whispering voices that had no business being there. He had known the risk. Not failure. He had never feared failure, but imperfection. Humanity's unresolved dissonance, amplified until it could no longer be contained, had made a door where there should have been a gate. A wound, in reality. Even so, Tamek refused to turn back. If the choir could not bear true harmony, then he would rebuild them from its ashes. He would teach them to sing, and if that teaching required breaking them, so be it. He stepped into the rejuvenation chamber, the stasis shell waiting with arms as welcoming as any cradle. His harmonic signature flooded the console, accepting him as its final master. Beyond the blast doors, the lattice continued to die, scream, and fracture. He closed his eyes and let the memory of his dream steady him. A world bound in perfect unity. No more wars, no more traitors, no more dissonance. A world ruled by a single, flawless conductor. "I will rise again," he promised the chorus of screaming ghosts, "and I will teach you." The chamber hissed, closing around him with a final harmonic seal. Outside, he could still hear the resonance of storms tearing reality apart, the same disharmonic collapse now devouring the crucible so many centuries later. "You will be mine," he told the future, as sleep claimed him. "You will learn to sing." Then the lights went dark, and Tamek fell into silence. Yirbatiaru. The echo of the last breach still rang through the crucible's bones. Solen stood in the cold light of the tribunal's hall, armor scorched, eyes hollow. The high arches of the council chamber no longer felt like a place of ritual, but a tomb waiting to be sealed. Velka's voice, sharp as a chisel, carried across the stones. "Captain Solen Vire," he intoned, each syllable measured and merciless. "You are hereby stripped of operational command of the 13th Voice." A hush rippled through the half-shattered council circle. Solen bowed his head. His voice caught in his throat, but he forced it out. "I accept." Velka's eyes glittered. "You will serve as training captain under provisional review until further notice. Your skill is too valuable to waste, even if your judgment has failed." Kadrin shifted behind Velko, arms folded, mouth a thin line. If there was pity, he kept it buried. Loira watched from the hall's side arch, the still chime against her heart. Her breath hitched as she saw the defeat in Solen's shoulders, a rhythm unmoored. Beren gripped the haft of his shield, knuckles white. Mira turned away, jaw clenched, blades restless. Velka continued, voice unbending. "The 13th Voice will remain operational under provisional command, reporting through the Harmonarch Stabilization Council until permanent orders are restored." Solen's eyes rose, haunted. "My men—" Velko's stare cut him down. "Your men will follow the choir's law, not your sentiment." A blade might have hurt less. Loira stepped forward, hands shaking, but Huldrin's quiet hand on her arm stopped her. Solen drew in one ragged breath, then another, steadying the cadence of his words. "May your rhythm hold," he said, voice barely holding. Velko gave the faintest nod of acknowledgement. "Dismissed." As Solen turned to go, Loira caught his eye. 1,000 unsaid phrases burned in the space between them. He tried to smile, but it broke before it reached his eyes. He left in silence, a commander unmade. The squad stood frozen, the pillars around them heavy with unfinished resonance, as if the very hall felt shame. Loira clutched the still chime to her chest, heart pounding out a single, unbroken note. The relay tower in the east quarter looked more like a corpse than a ward. Its lattice veins flickered weakly, sputtering sparks that hissed against the morning chill. Smoke curled through its broken support beams, mixing with the sharp tang of hollowborn ichor still clinging to the stones. Loira stepped forward, boots crunching over burned cobbles. The still chime trembled at her throat, sensing the fractured harmonics. Harmonarch engineers worked frantically around the tower's base, robes streaked with ash. Their tools glowed with half-dead resonance, trying to weave new patterns into stabilizer plates that threatened to collapse again with every tremor. Beren barked orders to 3 of the squad's shield-bearers, forming a semicircle defense in front of the engineers. Tarn planted his greatsword into the flagstones, anchoring a protective cadence. Civilians poured through the lane behind them, pushed by fear as much as by orders. Mothers clutching their children, older men half-carrying younger ones who had no strength left. Their voices were an off-tempo murmur, a panicked chant without a conductor. Loira drew in a breath, letting the null field slip outward, gentle as a lullaby. One by one, the civilians' fear began to subside, although not completely, but enough for them to continue moving. Mira appeared beside her, blades drawn, scanning the rooftops. "There are cultists near the market stalls," she warned, eyes sharp. "Irie is tracking them." Loira nodded, focus split. One of the Harmonarchs turned, sweat dripping from a face etched with sleepless cycles. "If this tower fails," he croaked, "the entire district goes with it." Loira steadied her breathing. "We will hold," she signed, movements small but specific. The man looked at her as if she were a miracle he could barely believe. A shriek split the air, another Hollowborn crashing through a side street, its shape half-formed, cords unraveling like tangled strings. Berun met it with a roar, shield flashing as he slammed forward to intercept. Tarn followed, greatsword carving a clean arc of harmonic force. Loira braced herself, reaching with her null field to stitch their patterns together, keeping them in time. It was like holding an entire song in one fragile hand, every wrong note threatening to shred it apart. A child stumbled toward her, lost in the chaos, tears streaking a soot-stained face. Loira knelt, pressed a hand to the girl's shoulder, and let the null field calm the panic behind her eyes. "Go," she mouthed. "Stay steady." The girl ran. Another blast shook the tower, and Loira nearly fell to the ground. The world blurred, sounds blending, but she held on because if she failed, the pattern would collapse for them all. The relay tower groaned as if in pain, harmonic plates still grinding against each other, fighting to find a stable chord. Kadrin stood at the base, robes scorched, voice raw from shouting orders. "Re-anchor the 3rd stabilizer," he bellowed to the nearest Harmonarch, who scrambled with a cracked tuning rod in hand. Loira watched from a half-broken archway, breathing in slow counts, trying to gather enough calm to hold the squad steady. The 13th was scattered across the plaza, Berun still anchoring the shield wall, Mira and Irie chasing down cult saboteurs between the vendor stalls. Tarn posted like a statue over the relay's most fragile point. No one had seen Solen since the tribunal's verdict. Kadrin turned, saw Loira, and moved closer, voice dropping low. "I tried to protect him," he admitted, tone sharp with regret. "But the tribunal needed a scapegoat. That was always the pattern." Loira signed softly. Together. Safe. Hold, though the words felt too small for what she meant. Kadrin sighed. "We have no council anymore, Loira. Half of them are dead, the other half running for the deepest vault they can find." One of the Harmonarchs stepped forward, panicked. "Sir, the corrupted glyphs are everywhere," he stammered, holding a broken data slate. "They keep rewriting the resonance faster than we can clear them." Kadrin's jaw tightened. "Malrin," he muttered, almost spitting the name. The air shifted, a chill rolling across the plaza like a false note. Loira turned, catching the echo of a corrupted harmonic, where there should have been none. A frightened guard stumbled up to Kadrin, eyes wide. "Sergeant Gerain, he was seen," the guard blurted. "But he wasn't right, sir." Kadrin's face darkened. "Where?" "Near the council archives. the guard said, voice cracking. His resonance, it was wrong, like off-key. Loira's chest tightened, her null field shivering. The thought of Jeren, his pattern twisted, nearly broke her focus. Cadrin noticed. If he comes back. He warned gently. Be ready. You may have to face him. Loira shook her head, refusing to believe that. Cadrin reached out, almost fatherly, but stopped just short. You are all that's holding this place together, he said, voice quiet. We will follow you, Loira. Before she could answer, a tremor rolled through the plaza. A relay tower further west failed, resonance exploding like a scream. The squad braced themselves as dust and broken cords rained through the air. For a moment, there was no fresh attack. Loira sank to her knees beside a cracked pillar, breath rattling, the null field nearly drained to silence. The relay tower still buzzed behind her, barely alive, its harmonic plates flickering a thin, unsteady light. Baron crouched near her, his battered shield resting against his shoulder. Easy, girl, he said, voice rough but gentle. You saved half this quarter today. Mira dropped to a seated sprawl a few steps away, blades streaked with corrupted resonance. Next time tell them to collapse on their schedule. She muttered darkly, earning a weak chuckle from Irie nearby. Loira tried to smile, but couldn't hold it. Every pattern in her mind felt frayed, a song stretched far past its final note. Cadrin approached, still shouting orders down the plaza, but paused to study them. The Harmonarchs will hold this sector, he said. For now. Baron frowned. That's a thin promise. Cadrin nodded grimly. That's all we have. Loira glanced around, seeing faces she barely recognized, half of them choir soldiers from other companies, the rest desperate defenders pulled from the street. All looked to her, quietly, as if waiting for a signal she didn't know how to give. The still chime at her neck hummed with a faint, fragile echo. She took a shaky breath, signing safe stand together, with small, exhausted hands. Cadrin's expression softened, for once free of resentment. Spoken like a captain, he told her quietly. Loira shook her head. She was no captain. She was just trying. In the far distance, a new tremor rippled through the city, carrying a broken cord so deep it rattled her teeth. Baron stiffened. Another breach! Cadrin shook his head. A bigger one. Loira rose on unsteady feet, feeling that monstrous resonance somewhere below the city's skin. She couldn't see it yet, but she could hear it, a note so wrong that it made everything ache. Mira stood, twirling one blade, eyes hard. Then we're not done. Loira nodded, though every nerve screamed for rest. The squad slowly gathered around her, battered but unbroken. Somewhere out there, Jeraean waited, changed, broken, perhaps already lost. But Loira wasn't ready to let him go. The relay tower behind them let out a soft, stabilizing chime, barely holding. They turned to face the next fight. 4 days since the night the crucible cracked open. In those 4 days, the choir had pulled back, regrouped, and tried to stitch its wounds with threads too thin to hold. The Harmonarchs worked in shifts, coaxing resonance towers back from the brink of failure. Choir captains rotated battered squads through desperate defense lines, 6 hours on, 6 hours off, no rest enough to heal anything deeper than the surface. And through all of it, the 13th Voice stood. Baron and Tarn moved like scarred titans, trading their shields and weapons only long enough to eat or catch a moment's breath. Mira and Irie cleared side streets, hunting cultists who tried to carve fresh breaches into relay networks. Loira had been forced to sleep for nearly a day. Her pattern was so fragile that it threatened to collapse. Now, blinking in the harsh light of dawn, she walked through the East Compound's ruined plaza, the still chime a faint weight at her collar. The council had fractured, its surviving members hiding behind Harmonarch guards or leaving altogether. In their place, what remained of leadership tried to gather here, beneath a banner that once meant unity. Kadrin stood at the makeshift council table, robes still scorched, voice hoarse. "We cannot hold a city of 500,000 people with 3 functional relay sectors," he snapped, pounding the table. "We need coordinated fallback positions." Velka stood across from him, gaze cold as iron. "We need to control her," he said flatly, gesturing toward Loira as she approached. "If you cannot direct her properly, we will place her in a choir vault until she is stable." Kadrin slammed his fist down. "She is a child!" Velka's lip curled. "She is a weapon, and she will do what the council commands." Loira stopped, every muscle trembling. She wanted to run anywhere, but the city needed her. She stepped closer, her small hands signing with quiet insistence. Help. Together. Trust. Kadrin let out a broken laugh, half a sob, but nodded. "You heard her." Velka folded his arms. "Then you had best keep her under control," he said, "because if she fails again, there will be nothing left to protect." Behind them, Harmonarch engineers staggered into the hall, carrying burned data slates and shards of broken resonance crystals. "The Western relay is corrupted again," one gasped. "Glyph sabotage spreading faster than we can isolate." Kadrin's face went pale. "He's accelerating it," he muttered, voice heavy with dread. Velka turned, eyes narrowing. "Malrin!" The name alone felt like a wrong chord. Loira closed her eyes, feeling the corrupted harmonics clawing at the city's pattern. Each note made her bones ache, as if a scream had been carved into the air itself. Kadrin squared his shoulders. "Loira," he said, voice steadier now, "can you coordinate the fallback harmonics? The relay plates need to match your field." She hesitated, then nodded, small and determined. Velka's voice followed like a poison. "Do not fail us, child." Loira ignored him, clutching the still chime until her knuckles went white, and stepped toward the relay plans spread across the table. The plaza outside the relay tower felt like a battlefield paused in mid-breath. Broken banners from 6 choir companies hung across the shattered arches, their colors dulled by smoke and blood. Soldiers slept in ragged circles, weapons propped against their shoulders, only half awake. Loira stood near the relay controls, hands trembling, eyes wide. She had never felt so small, but the pattern demanded her, and she could not turn away. Kadrin moved among the squad captains, trying to restore some order. "We rotate squads in pairs," he barked. "No more solo units. Keep your shield bearers anchored near her field." Haldrin arrived from the south barricades, armor dented, voice steady. "If they break her," he warned, "we lose everything." Loira drew in a shaky breath, releasing her null field in slow pulses, steady enough to dampen the jagged panic that cut through the relay's harmonic plates. Barun appeared at her side, a battered tower of muscle and resolve. "Got your back," he rumbled, planting his shield to anchor the pattern. Mira and Irie arrived next, blood on their tunics, but their eyes were sharp. Mira tossed a cultist's corrupted dagger aside like trash. "They keep testing the lines," she said, "looking for weak spots." Loira nodded, signing, together, strong in small movements. Kadrin stepped closer, pointing to a partially scorched map along one edge. "These companies," he said, voice calm but clipped, "are coming to you for pattern harmonization. They've lost their commanders. You will need to help hold them together." Loira swallowed hard, nodding. A distant harmonic wail rose from the inner ring, the sound of a relay overloading. Haldren glanced toward the horizon, frowning. "They're testing us again." Loira steadied her breath and stepped forward, letting her null field widen. It rippled out, brushing past choir squads who startled as their patterns smoothed under her presence. Soldiers gasped, some even wept, their terror soothed enough to stand. Mira leaned close, whispering, "Look at them." Loira dared to glance. Hundreds of knights and harmonarchs, all turning toward her, eyes wide, a single note of fragile hope catching in their throats. Kadrin nodded slowly. "Keep them singing, Loira," he said, "even if you can't hear their voices." A distant voice cracked through a half-dead relay crystal on the wall, harsh and hateful. "They will break," Malrin's voice promised, warped by corrupted chords. "I will unstring you all." Loira flinched, then forced her pattern to hold steady, refusing to let the poison spread. Berun tapped his shield once, a resounding, anchoring thud. "Not today," he growled. "Not today." The calm held for barely an hour. Then the warning bells clanged through the relay halls, sharp and off-rhythm. Loira felt the fracture in the pattern before anyone spoke, a tearing, jagged cord that clawed at her teeth and spine. She turned toward the western archway, pulse hammering, the still chime vibrating wildly against her skin. A harmonarch, face grey with fear, sprinted down the stairs. "They've breached the stabilizer," he shouted. "Cultists inside the relay conduit." Kadrin swore under his breath. "How many?" "Too many," the engineer choked out. "They're trying to corrupt the harmonic core." Berun snapped his shield into position. "Form on me!" The squad fell in as though they had never broken Mira's blades flashing. Erie's bow ready, Tarn's great sword resting heavy across one shoulder. Loira reached outward, feeling for the choir soldiers in the next hall, weaving a stabilizing field as best she could. The civilians had been cleared from this sector hours ago, but their lingering fear still lingered in the air. They pushed forward through a half-collapsed corridor, the relay's failing light blinking like a dying star. The cultists were there, ragged figures in charred black, scrawling corrupted glyphs directly into the floor tiles, trying to twist the relay's pattern from its very bones. One turned, face streaked with blood, eyes blank as glass. "Unstring the choir," he rasped, voice wrong, as if pulled through 100 shattered mirrors. Berun hit him like a hammer blow, shield breaking the corrupted rhythm with a single, clean impact. Tarn cut down another, trying to finish a glyph. Loira braced herself, null field stretching, fraying, but still strong enough to smother the cult's sickening chords. Mira spun through a gap, twin blades slicing the hands of a cult scribe mid-glyph, breaking the pattern in one clean gesture. In the chaos, Irie froze, eyes going wide. "Loira!" she called, voice cracking. "Look!" Loira turned, heart seizing in her chest. Geraint stood at the far edge of the relay chamber, hammer slung across one shoulder. His eyes were hollow, resonant scars pulsing just beneath the skin, flickering like a corrupted echo. He watched them with a mixture of recognition and something utterly alien. "Geraint!" Mira shouted, stepping forward. But he turned away, calm, and walked back into the shadows, cultists parting around him like loyal acolytes. Loira reached after him, hand shaking, pattern nearly breaking. But it was too late. Kadrin's voice cut through the horror. "Lock the relay!" he ordered. "Now!" The squad surged forward, breaking the cultists' sabotage pattern just as the relay stabilizer flared back to life, coughing out one ragged, steady chord. Loira sank to her knees, breath ragged. The world wavered, but held. Loira could barely see straight. Her null field wavered on the edge of collapse, frayed so thin that every pulse felt like a wound. The relay stabilizer under their feet throbbed with exhausted cords, clinging to a broken pattern. Sivan knelt beside her, bracing one hand against the relay's harmonic plate, letting a calm, steady frequency spread from his palms. "Follow my pulse," he said, voice deep and grounding. Loira focused on him, her battered field syncing with that slow, particular resonance. The sharp terror around her eased, her breath evening out. Baron stood guard, shield raised, shoulders trembling but unbroken. Tarn held the relay's secondary anchor point, chest heaving from exertion. Choir squads staggered through the plaza, pulling civilians away from fallen arches, moving like ghosts. Cadrin approached, his robes scorched, his voice raw. "This relay cannot fail," he ordered, gripping the side of the console. "If it collapses, the entire West Quarter goes with it." Loira pressed her palm against the stabilizer, allowing a controlled harmonic vibration to flow from her bones, a silent promise of steadiness. She signed, hands shaking but clear. "Hold pattern firm." Sevan nodded. "Together," he agreed, reinforcing her rhythm with a steady harmonic shield that pulsed like a heartbeat. Mira and Irie emerged from a side corridor, blades dulled by resonance burns, hair tangled and damp. Mira kicked aside a corrupted glyph plate. "No more saboteurs," she reported, breathing hard. "For now." Cadrin scanned the edge of the plaza, jaw clenched. "We've bought a day," he admitted, voice grim. "Maybe less." Loira felt the relay's thrum settle, a faint echo of something soft, like a distant lullaby. Her pattern smoothed around it, knitting together the frightened soldiers nearby. But under the quiet, a dark note still lingered, the corrupted harmonic far below the crucible's skin. Waiting. Baron caught her eye, seeing the strain in her hands. "Rest if you can," he urged, voice gentler than usual. Loira shook her head once, then signed, "Safe/together/hold." Seven shifted closer, eyes steady, bracing the relay with both palms. "Then I'll hold with you," he promised. The stabilizer let out one final chime, steadier, though weak, as if trying to catch its breath. For one heartbeat, the city seemed whole again. Then, somewhere deeper in the lattice, a fresh, unfamiliar chord pulsed wrong, hungry, promising the next disaster. Loira straightened, eyes hollow but determined. They were not done. 28வது. The crucible felt like it was dying. 4 relay sectors pulsed out of time, fighting each other, sending shockwaves through walls, floors, and people's hearts. Every bell in the choir halls rang off pitch. Every corridor carried whispers of hopelessness. Loira stood at the base of the inner western stabilizer, arms shaking, eyes rimmed with exhaustion. The still chime at her neck hummed a note so thin it was barely there. Cadrin loomed over the relay console, voice frayed from shouting orders. "We have fallback lines in 3 districts," he reported, jaw tight. "But they'll buckle if this tower fails." Haldrin stepped forward, grim and armored, presence like an anchored cord. "The Harmonarchs say the entire lattice is destabilizing," he warned. "If you can't harmonize them soon, it will cascade." Loira nodded, swallowing terror. She spread her hands across the resonance plates, letting her null field push outward. The field was ragged, as if stitched from torn cloth, but she willed it to cover more ground. The patterns blurred. She felt them like a sea of broken voices, half screaming, half pleading to be saved. Baron stood beside her, shield braced to protect the relay engineers. "Don't push too far," he cautioned, voice soft in a way only she could hear. Loira looked up, mouth forming the shapes she could never voice. No choice. Beren sighed, gripping his shield tightly. A wave of resonance broke against her field, so strong she staggered. Sparks showered from the relay core, singeing her arms. The patterns buckled, nearly tore, but she held. Harmonarch engineers scurried across the stabilizer plates, patching cracked cables and resetting runes, trying to match her harmonics. Their faces were gaunt, sleepless, but they looked at her as though she were something holy. Seven stepped in, resting one steady hand on her shoulder, his harmonic shield flowing through her body like a second breath. "I'm with you," he said, eyes calm. Loira felt the field stabilize for a moment, just long enough to push deeper. One relay plate flared red, a corrupted glyph sparking into life, twisting a cord until it sounded like a scream. Mira darted forward, blades flashing, severing the corrupted glyph before it could infect the next stabilizer. Kadrin cursed under his breath. "They're spreading sabotage faster than we can cleanse it," he growled. Loira forced her mind to stay clear, wrapping her null field around the entire pattern. It felt like cradling a dying heartbeat, willing it not to stop. Slowly, painfully, the relay steadied. The chords lost their shriek, sinking back to a dull, tired hum. Kadrin let out a ragged sigh. "One sector held," he said, "for now." Loira's knees buckled, Seven catching her before she collapsed. She signed, hands barely able to form the shapes, more slash to slash do. Beren nodded grimly. "Then let's do it." Outside the tower, another harmonic wave trembled through the city, a dark echo promising that this would not be the last. The relay plates hummed with a tired, half-broken rhythm. Loira stood near the southern stabilizer, arms trembling, eyes hollow. She had barely rested since they saved the western tower. Every breath scraped through her ribs like broken glass. Savan steadied her again, hands gentle. "You're pushing too far," he warned. Loira shook her head, then signed, "No choice." Kadrin stepped in, voice hoarse from hours of command. "This is the last fallback sector," he said, pointing to the scorched map nailed to a cracked pillar. "If we lose this, the rest of the city is gone." Loira took a long, shaking breath and reached her null field outward. It scraped against patterns riddled with fear, despair, and the lingering stain of corrupted chords. She felt him before she saw him. Jerayan. His pattern had once been strong, grounded, like a hammer striking a perfect chord. Now it was a twisted, sour, bleeding, corrupted resonance that permeated every note. Loira stiffened, mouth shaping a silent name. Jerayan. "Loira." Berun's voice was quiet, worried. She shook her head, but could not hide the way her eyes burned. Mira approached, wiping blood from one blade. "Is he still in there?" she asked, voice hard. Loira signed, hands clumsy from exhaustion. "Hope. Still. There." Mira stared at her, jaw clenched. "If he tries to kill you, I won't hesitate," she warned. Loira's heart hurt, but she nodded, accepting the truth. A relay crystal sparked overhead, discharging a wave of corrupted harmonic energy. Choir soldiers nearby staggered, covering their ears as the pattern shrieked through them. Jeren's voice came through the crystal low, familiar but wrong, distorted. "Little tuner," Loira flinched. "Come see what your harmony has built. Come see how it fails." Mira stepped in front of her, protective, blades lifted. Beren roared across the relay hall. "Jeren, come out and face us!" Silence answered, then another sickening harmonic wave rolled through the stabilizer, threatening to collapse it. Loira braced herself, null field extending to meet the corrupted chords, smoothing them, refusing to let them break everything. Kadrin gave a sharp order. "Anchor the choir lines. Hold the stabilizer." Kevin reached across, placing a hand on the relay node, reinforcing Loira's harmonics with his calm, deep shield resonance. "Steady," he told her softly. Loira nodded, signing strong two together. They fought through the next crashing wave of resonance, patterns screeching, stabilizers shaking. Beyond the walls, Loira could feel Jerayan's pattern echoing somewhere close, somewhere hungry, waiting. The third relay sector was half ruined, resonance plates scorched and pitted, but still clinging to a working pulse. Loira stepped into the control chamber, her breath unsteady. She felt the difference at once, not clean, but not lost either. A rhythmic beat here, faint but alive. Harmonarchs moved through the stabilizer array, voices steady, eyes bright with exhausted determination. Choir soldiers formed a shield line around the perimeter, their weapons battered but ready. Kadrin gestured her forward. "They're prepared," he said, focused and composed. "We need you to hold the pattern." Loira nodded, shoulders trembling, hands signing with care. Together, stand firm. Huldrin stood with his arm resting on a broken pillar, the weight of his presence grounding the moment. "If this sector holds," he said, "the rest of the city can rally around it." Berun planted his shield, letting its echo ring against the stabilizer's cords. Mira and Eerie moved through the side corridors, destroying the last corrupted glyphs with precise, practiced strikes. Sivan approached her, warm, calm, radiating like a slow drumbeat. "Let me brace you," he offered, steady, laying one hand over hers on the resonance plate. Loira let him anchor her, breathing in the strong, reliable pattern he carried. She reached outward, extending her null field to wrap around every squad in the plaza. At first it was a threadbare weave, fragile and aching, but with each heartbeat, it smoothed, held, and gathered them in. Soldiers across the plaza straightened, their fear slackened, replaced by a slow, hopeful steadiness. They began to echo the stabilizer's pulse with their shields, a quiet chorus building from dozens of broken voices. Loira dared to believe. Then a sharp resonance bled through the pattern Jeren's corrupted cord, close enough to taste, testing her resolve. She stood her ground, signed in a precise, slight movement. "Safe, not yours." His presence hesitated, then pulled back, leaving a hollow promise of more to come. Kadrin turned to the Harmonarchs. "Lock the perimeter," he ordered. "Rotate fresh squads every 6 hours. We will hold." The stabilizer plates pulsed, not perfectly, but steadily. Loira sagged with relief, Sivan catching her before she could collapse. "Breathe," he reminded her, calm and unwavering. She nodded, eyes shimmering, but refusing to let the tears fall. For the first time in what felt like endless days, the crucible felt like it might survive. The crucible exhaled, wounded but breathing. For the first time in what felt like a lifetime, the relay sectors pulsed together in something approaching harmony. Not perfect, not whole, but strong enough to stand. Loira leaned against a cracked support pillar, the still chimes silent against her throat. Her pattern felt ragged, a net pulled too tight for too long. Kevin crouched nearby, anchoring a simple shield harmonic to keep the relay's stabilizer steady. "The worst is past," he told her gently. "For now." She nodded, signing slowly. Hope hold rebuild. Kadrin moved through the ranks of battered soldiers, reassigning squads and coordinating relief shifts with an apparent authority. Huldrin stood beside him, discussing fallback tactics if Malrin struck again. Berun and Tarn stood watch near a side arch, scanning for any sign of cultists. Mira cleaned her blades on a ruined standard, Irie's owl perched calmly at her shoulder. Beyond the plaza, Harmonarch teams worked to reinforce relay plates, replacing fried resonance coils and carving fresh warding patterns into stone. For a moment, Loira felt the city breathe with her. But under that moment of stillness, a note of dread still coiled in the deepest chords. She could sense Malren's corrupted pattern, waiting, twisting around the edge of their fragile peace. A runner arrived, face pale, voice quivering. A signal from the north vaults. He reported to Cadrin. The breach is growing there. It feels like it's calling. Cadrin's jaw tightened. Malren, he said flatly. Loira flinched, hearing Geren's corrupted resonance flicker through the relay in a half-formed echo. Not yet, she told herself. Please, not yet. Cadrin turned back to the squad. We will stand this ground, he ordered, steady. We have to. Let the rest of the choir gather what they can. Seven helped Loira to her feet, his calm shield still wrapped around her like a quiet promise. She signed painfully, hands nearly too tired to move. Rest, ready, next. Baron nodded, smiling just a little. That's the plan. Outside the relay, the faintest corrupted harmonic pulsed again. A warning. A challenge. The crucible had survived the first onslaught, but the actual battle was coming. 29வது. The chamber felt as though it had been carved out of nightmares. Thin blue resonance threads ran across the stone floor like veins, pulsing with a heartbeat far too cold. Between them, glyphs burned in an alien cadence, wrong notes woven through every stroke. Malren moved slowly through the pattern, robes stained with soot and ichor, the echo of failed harmonies shimmering around him. His voice was measured and calm as he traced a final corrupted rune into the stone. The choir stands, he murmured, almost to himself, but it stands on broken chords. One push, and they will break. Behind him, Geren watched with an eerie stillness. His skin had grown pale, marked by thin, resonant scars that pulsed faintly along his jaw and neck. The hammer in his hand seemed too heavy for any mortal, but he held it as if it weighed nothing. His voice had changed. It was deeper, hollow, with a strange echo woven through every word. They held longer than you promised, he said, flat, not accusing. Malren's lips twitched, something like amusement but without warmth. Longer, he agreed, but not forever. They fight because they still think they matter. Geren shifted, the faintest flicker of regret in the fractured patterns around him. They do matter. Malren paused, turning to study him, eyes bright with cold conviction. Do they? Geren's hands flexed around the hammer. No answer came. Malren stepped closer, voice sinking to a whisper meant only for him. When the time comes, you will remind them why they fear disharmony. Geren swallowed hard, something human still trapped behind resonance-scored eyes. Solen. Malren shook his head gently. Solen is finished. You have seen it. Geren looked away, jaw tight, breath uneven. Malren gestured to a Harmonarch's corrupted map, laid across a broken table. The western relay is too strong now. The choir will rest, rebuild. We must be patient. Geren nodded slowly. Malren's tone turned coaxing, almost kind. Before we break them, you will go to Solen. You will speak to him one last time. Geren stiffened, confusion rippling through his corrupted chords. Why? Because, Malren said, smiling like a blade. Hope must be crushed at its root. Let him see what you have become. Let him know his faith is worthless. Geren lowered his head, resonant scars pulsing. He will try to reach me. Malran's hand fell on his shoulder, gentle as a father's blessing. "And you will show him the truth." Jeren closed his eyes, patterns around him dimming. "Yes," he answered, voice hollow. Malran turned back to the burning glyph array, arms wide as if to embrace its disharmonic glow. "Let the choir hold its little victory," he said softly, "for tomorrow we will unstring them for good." Asterisk. The crucible breathed for the first time in days. Smoke still lingered in the corridors, curling through half-shattered arches and scorched banners. But for once, no alarm bells rang. No fresh breach howled through the city's skin. Loira stood in the central plaza, battered but upright, watching as civilians moved cautiously back into their homes. The Harmonarchs had anchored new stabilizer plates overnight. Their exhausted engineers lay half-collapsed beside still-glowing relay pylons. Choir soldiers walked among them, some in makeshift bandages, others leaning on one another, sharing water and half-broken ration packs. Kadrin moved along the relay lines, assigning squads in steady rotations, no longer fighting minute by minute, but planning hours ahead for the first time in recent memory. Huldrin worked with a small group of surviving captains, laying out fallback plans and training recruits to keep the inner districts safe. Xavan had taken charge of calming terrified children near the market arches, humming a quiet harmonic shield to keep their panic from shattering. Berun and Tarn helped dig survivors from collapsed housing, with raw determination in every movement. Mira and Irie ran messages between the captains, reinforcing signals across the newly repaired relay plates. And Loira, she let her null field stretch slowly, carefully, smoothing the rough cords around them. It was a simple pattern, smaller than what she had woven during the worst of the breach, but enough to soothe, sufficient to allow people to breathe. One of the Harmonarchs approached her, robes stained with ash and old blood. "You saved this place," he told her, voice low, reverent. "All of you." Loira shook her head, signing simply, "Together." His eyes filled with tears. He nodded, then turned back to his relay crew. Near the steps of a ruined shrine, Kadrin gathered what was left of the council. The group was pitifully small. Only 3 elders remained, their faces hollow, robes torn. Kadrin spoke to them firmly. "The choir will stand. The Harmonarchs will stand. And you," he pointed at them, unflinching, "will do your duty or step aside." One of the elders tried to protest, but the sound of choir soldiers rallying behind Kadrin's words was too strong to ignore. For the first time in days, the crucible felt like a city, not a grave. Loira closed her eyes, drawing in a ragged but hopeful breath. Somewhere deep in the lattice, she still felt a corrupted note twisting, waiting. Malran's ritual was not finished, but at least now they had a chance to fight it. The training yard felt like a ruin, its bones showing. Solen stood alone at the edge of the practice rings, watching half-trained choir recruits stumble through basic resonance forms. Their patterns were jagged, clumsy, but determined. He knew the movements by heart, every foot placement, every subtle harmonic shift. Once he'd taught them with confidence, believing in the perfect rhythm of the 13th. Now, the words caught in his throat. He clenched his fists, remembering the relay plates buckling under his failure, the panic in Loira's eyes, the silence in the pattern where he should have led. Every hour brought new dispatches, Loira stabilizing relay after relay, the squad protecting entire districts, the Harmonarchs holding together a city on the edge of collapse, while he stood here, useless, forbidden to act. The shame cut deeper than any blade. A group of fresh cadets passed him, half bowed in respect. One paused, a young girl with a resonant braid wrapped tight to her temple. "Sir," she said quietly, I heard you made the 13th. Solen swallowed hard. I did. He managed. Her eyes shone with fragile hope. Then thank you. They saved my brother. She bowed again and ran to join her squad. Solen stood there, stunned as if someone had struck him. A faint, painful warmth crept through his chest. Baron appeared a moment later, carrying a training spear across his shoulders. You should eat something, he advised, half in jest. Solen tried to smile. I will. Baron hesitated, then dropped his voice. She's still asking for you, you know, Loira. Solen's heart twisted. I can't stand with them yet. Baron laid a heavy hand on his shoulder. Then stand here, get strong. When the time comes, we'll need you. Solen looked out over the recruits again. Their patterns were rough, but they burned with a need to learn. He nodded slowly, accepting. When the time comes, he whispered, I will be ready. Somewhere far across the city, the faint pulse of a corrupted cord answered a reminder that Malren was still watching. The great hall of the surviving council building still smelled of smoke and scorched brass. Loira stood near its cracked pillars, the faint pulse of her null field rippling like a quiet breath around the soldiers and harmonarchs who had gathered. Cadrin stepped to the center of the battered marble floor, flanked by Huldrin. Around them, choir captains, engineers, and even a few of the surviving council elders leaned forward to hear every word. This city still stands, Cadrin announced, voice resolute. It stands because we did not let fear break us. There were murmurs, some skeptical, some hopeful. Velka pushed forward from the shadows, robes pristine despite the ruin around him. It stands because I made sure supplies were reserved. He sneered. Had we wasted them on pointless last stands, there would be nothing left. Haldrin's eyes went cold. You call defending children a waste? Velka's mouth twisted. If we had let the weakest sectors fall, we might have protected the inner vaults with more certainty. These harmonarchs would not be so desperate if... Cadrin cut him off. You're finished, Velkor. The entire hall went silent. Cadrin stepped closer, eyes blazing. We have evidence you withheld stabilizer parts to force evacuations away from your properties. You lied about relay failures to funnel Harmonarch crews to your supporters. Velkor froze, his pattern flaring in a subtle, twisted harmonic Loira could taste even without hearing. If you dare call yourself choir, Cadrin spat, then stand trial. Otherwise, get out of this hall. A handful of choir captains stepped forward, weapons drawn, making the choice clear. Velka turned pale, then stormed from the hall, words caught in his throat. A faint cheer rippled through the battered assembly. Loira breathed deep, her null field softening, a fragile note of calm washing over them all. Cadrin looked to her, voice steadier now. Your pattern gave them this moment, he told her. She signed, small and resolute, together. Cadrin nodded. Together. Outside, the relay towers hummed in unsteady chords, but they hummed, not screamed. For the first time in days, there was a rhythm Loira could recognize. Hope, Muppadavade. The crucible finally breathed. Smoke still clung to the rooftops, and half the banners of the choir lay scorched and torn. But for the first time in days, there was no fresh breach, no screaming alarm bells. Loira stood near the market square, watching as harmonarchs carefully reset the stabilizer plates. Their hands shook from exhaustion, but their eyes were clear. The lattice pulses ran smoothly, slowly, and blessedly unbroken. Choir soldiers moved in quiet ranks to help civilians return to their homes, checking foundation stones, clearing collapsed arches, and guiding children through broken gates. Baron and Tarn worked alongside a group of local masons, dragging debris from a collapsed bread hall. Mira and Eerie formed a small watch patrol, scanning for any signs of cult symbols scrawled on relay junctions. Sivan stood by Loira, maintaining a steady harmonic shield, not for battle this time, but for calm. Loira let her null field widen, a quiet, careful note rippling through the plaza. It felt gentle, protective, and enough to help everyone draw a slower breath. One child, dirt-streaked but brave, walked up to her with a single, resonance-carved pendant clutched tightly. You made it stop," he whispered, awed. Loira knelt and nodded with as much of a smile as she could muster. The boy nodded solemnly, then ran back to his mother. Near the shattered council archway, Cardrin conferred with Huldrin and a handful of surviving choir captains. Their voices carried no panic now, only planning, rotations, supply lines, and where to place perimeter watchers for the coming night. A harmonarch approached Loira, robes torn and face drawn with fatigue. "Lady Tuna," he called her, voice reverent, "we have resonance flow at 80%. The lattice is holding?" She nodded, relief washing over her so powerfully it left her dizzy. The harmonarch bowed, then went to assist a relay crew in finishing the patch on a broken junction. Loira turned, scanning the square. There were still wounds here, fresh graves, collapsed homes, echoes of screams that might never fade. But there was rhythm too, a rhythm that was alive. For the first time in days, the crucible felt like a city, not a grave. She signed to no one in particular, a quiet prayer. Safe hold tomorrow. And for a moment, the breeze through the broken arches seemed to echo her. The training yard smelled of old sweat and burned stone. Solen moved among the practice rings, his boots crunching on half-broken tiles, watching recruits try to mirror the forms he once taught without thinking. Their patterns were rough and hesitant, but steadier than they had been even a day before. Each step made his chest ache. He had failed them, failed the 13th, failed Loira, failed the choir. Yet the recruits still bowed to him, eyes wide with respect, whispering his name with a reverence he no longer felt worthy of. He could not bring himself to correct them. He settled near the edge of the ring, leaning against a pillar scorched by hollow-born claws. His mind wandered to the relay towers, to the market square, to Loira's null field, which held the city together with a steadiness he had not managed. Part of him wanted to rise and run there, stand beside her again, but the shame was too thick. The tribunal had judged him unfit, but even worse, he had considered himself the same. A group of recruits began to harmonize their stances in the practice ring. The rhythm was shaky, but real. Solen closed his eyes, letting it wash over him, listening. One voice cut through, low and calm. "You trained them well." Solen turned sharply, startled. Baron stood a few paces away, arms crossed, gaze steady. "They're stronger than they look," Solen said, trying to force something like humor into his voice. Baron shrugged. "They're yours. You gave them the pattern." Solen shook his head. "I gave them nothing but a half-broken legend." Baron stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Maybe, but it was enough to make them stand." Solen fell silent, breathing raggedly. Baron gripped his shoulder. "Rest if you must," he said quietly, "but don't let this be the end." Solen looked up, meeting his friend's eyes. "I don't know if I can be their captain again." Berun's tone softened. "Then be their rhythm. When the time comes, they'll need you. We'll all need you." Solen lowered his gaze to the recruits again, their steps aligning, their voices finding a shared chord. He nodded, almost to himself. "When the time comes," he whispered, "I will be ready." The night pressed close around the training yard, the stars hidden behind a haze of old smoke. Solen stood alone by the practice dummies, a battered training sword resting across one shoulder. His mind turned in circles, the screams, the failures, the faces he couldn't save. A footstep behind him, too silent for any normal soldier. He turned, heart pounding. Jeren stood at the broken archway, half in shadow. His silhouette was familiar, but wrong. Taller somehow, leaner, as if the flesh had been drawn tight over a new shape. Pale, resonant scars traced across his neck and jaw, pulsing with a faint, steady beat that felt utterly unnatural. Solen. The voice was Jerayan's, but hollow, as if touched by a harmonic echo that made it feel like something else was speaking through him. Solen's hands trembled on the training blade. Jeren. They stared at each other for a long moment. Solen found his voice, raw. Why are you here? Jeren stepped forward, each footfall impossibly quiet. To see you, he answered, with no emotion in the words. Solen swallowed hard. You don't have to do this. You can still come home. Jeren tilted his head, studying him with eyes that were too calm, too empty. Home. Yes. Solen pleaded. Whatever Malrin told you. A faint smile so cold it barely qualified. Malrin showed me the truth. You would never understand. Solen stepped closer, trying to reach him. I understand you are still my brother. That doesn't change. Jeren's eyes flickered, a moment of something, pain, memory, it was impossible to tell. Then it was gone. I came to warn you, he said, voice soft, almost kind. Malrin is nearly ready. The unstringing will finish what it started. Solen shook his head. Number, we'll stop him. Jeren's resonant scars pulsed, and the faintest tremor of darkness rolled through the yard. No, he whispered. You won't. Solen lifted the training sword. It felt like a child's toy, useless against the figure before him. Jerayan, please! But Jeren stepped back, fading into the shadows like a ghost. Say goodbye to your choir, Captain, he said, the last word twisted with a broken echo. It won't survive. Then he was gone. Solen dropped to one knee, breath shattering, staring into the empty night. Dawn touched the crucible with a pale, hesitant light. The relay towers stood battered but shining, their harmonic plates steady at last. Soldiers moved through the morning streets, armor scorched, eyes hollow, but heads held high. Near the great square, the 13th gathered around a broken fountain that still trickled clean water. Loira stood at its edge, the still chime resting gently against her collar, her null field calm but awake, soothing every trembling note in the air. Civilians passed by with cautious smiles, carrying baskets, moving stones, rebuilding what they could. Berun knelt by a child, showing her how to hold a wooden practice shield. Tarn helped a group of masons shore up a collapsed archway. Mira and Irie shared a rare, soft laugh as they repainted warding glyphs on a rebuilt relay post. Xevan leaned against the fountain with Loira, calm as ever. They believe in you, he told her. Loira glanced at him, eyes red but steady, and signed, together. He smiled. Yes, together. At the edge of the plaza, Cardrin and Huldrin finished speaking with a group of choir captains. The captains turned one by one and bowed slightly toward Loira. It was not the bow of soldiers to a superior, but of voices to a conductor. The final stabilizers had held through the night. The lattice was no longer screaming, but singing weakly, a new, fragile melody. Cadrin joined Loira, his face drawn with exhaustion but proud. They'll hold, he told her, long enough for us to breathe, and long enough to plan. Loira nodded, her hands forming a quiet, powerful word. Hope. Huldrin clapped his hands together, his voice strong. Then we stand. No more running, No more fractures. A faint breeze rustled through the plaza, catching half-shredded choir banners and making them dance. For the first time in days, the city felt like itself. They had won something. And though the next fight loomed, though Malren's darkness waited, the crucible stood. Interlude. Dissonance, the tainted threshold. The hollow wind of the undercrypts carried a sour iron taste. Geraint stepped through the half-broken archway, hammer resting across one shoulder, though he barely felt its weight anymore. The corrupted resonance pulsing through his veins left everything distant, as though the world itself had pulled back. Candles guttered in the stale air, drawing long shadows across old choir seals, scrawled over with fresh, hateful glyphs. Cult scribes worked along the walls, reshaping the harmonic wards into something vile, a disharmonic chant that made Geraint's bones ache. Malren stood at the center of the desecrated chamber, robed in dark resonance, hands lifted in a quiet prayer that twisted as it left his mouth. "You came," he murmured, eyes gleaming like cold flame. Geraint nodded, the gesture too slow, too deliberate, like a puppet only half remembering its strings. "You sent for me." Malren smiled, something serpentine in its stillness. "You are the blade that will break them. You saw it in your brother's eyes." A faint spasm cut through Geraint's pulse. Solen's voice still rang in his mind. "You can come home." But home was gone. He could feel it. The choir he had bled for, the 13th he had protected, all of it was built on a lie, on a chain, on a leash. "I will serve," he forced out, though the words made him sick. Malren stepped closer, studying him like a craftsman measuring a half-forged sword. "You will be their ruin," he whispered, "their final discord." Geraint's resonant scars pulsed under his skin, a faint harmony at war with the new corrupted cord threading through him. "What happens now?" he asked, voice hollow. Malren reached out and laid one hand against his chest, a silent blessing or a curse. "Now you step across," he said, "into your truth." Geraint's knees almost buckled as a rush of disharmonic energy ripped through him, carving away what was left of fear, of loyalty, of self. For a moment he thought he saw them, Berun, Mira, Loira, even Solen, standing across a broken threshold, hands reaching for him. He turned away. Malren led him deeper into the crypt, toward the place where the next ritual waited, where the first piece of the unstringing would truly begin. And Geraint did not look back. Harmony. The lantern's breath. Loira dreamed of light. The crucible stood whole in her mind, its relay towers polished bright, singing through the night with a perfect, steady chord. She walked through a plaza that no longer smelled of smoke or fear, only fresh-cut herbs and warm bread. Children played in the arches, tapping simple rhythms on the paving stones, their laughter a gentle counterpoint. Merchants called out in calm, confident voices. There was no panic in this place, no echo of corrupted resonance. She felt the memory before she saw it, a presence like a familiar lullaby. Her mother stepped from the light, hands folded across her homespun tunic, eyes warm and shining. No scars, no weariness, only the quiet strength Loira had always remembered. "Little paws?" her mother said gently, voice carrying every note of calm. "You have carried too much." Loira shook her head, tears spilling freely, and signed, her hands trembling, safe, strong, together. Her mother reached to cup her face, brushing away the tears with a steady touch. "The smallest light," her mother continued, "can relight a great lantern." Loira glanced around the dream plaza, seeing the people standing taller, the soldiers moving with calm confidence, the relay towers humming in perfect harmony. She reached out to hold her mother's hands, letting the warmth sink into her palm. "They believe," her mother said softly, "because you stood for them." The dream began to fade, shadows trying to pull her back, but Loira fought to hold every bright note in her heart. "Shine again," her mother whispered, leaning closer, "when the night returns." Loira nodded, breathing deeply, letting the dream steady her one last time. When she woke, the first dawn of a quiet day lit the square beyond her bunk, and she knew she would stand again. Harmony, the bridge, 6. The hum of the rejuvenation chamber lulled Dr. Tamek into a state just shy of proper sleep, the harmonic stabilizers threading around his body like a cradle of music. Thoughts still moved in him, deliberate and sharp, though the world outside had already begun to collapse. He did not regret the breach he had triggered. The bridge was a cleansing flame, the only way to break humanity free of its endless, disharmonic chaos. Left to itself, humankind would fracture again and again, wars, greed, and empty promises spiraling without end. No, he thought calmly. They must be undone so they might be rebuilt. In the drifting dark behind his eyes, he saw what came after. A broken world crawling from its ruin, too afraid and too small to stand alone. And that was where he would call them, to a city he had designed in the echo of their shared grief, a beacon they could not resist. The Crucible. He had woven its foundations long before the bridge ever fired, its blueprints hidden, waiting. Towers that would stand on resonance principles, too ancient for the survivors to question. Rituals layered in harmonic myth, a hierarchy that made perfect sense to minds desperate for order. Through the Crucible, they would learn to sing again. He would emerge once the worst was finished, stepping forward as conductor of this new chorus, binding them together under his hand. If they feared him, so be it. Fear was a note that could be tuned, softened in time. They would thank him eventually when the terror had subsided and their voices found harmony again. "I will gather them," he promised himself, letting the stabilizers soothe his slowing heart. "And teach them to live in harmony?" The world beyond was already breaking. That was good. Only in shattering could a perfect pattern be forged. He exhaled, body sinking fully into the resonant shell of the chamber. The bridge's harmonic systems dimmed, the final sequence of stasis taking hold. When he woke, the Crucible would rise, and the world would learn to obey its perfect rhythm.